inside your thoughts, trying so hard to guess the plot. Cause when we meet, you'll see the wait was really worth it. I would wait forever, cause I got faith, it's just a matter of time. All of the nights without you, I will just keep on waiting, waiting for you. For you. Waiting for you. All you really gotta do is keep me on your mind. Just keep me on your mind. And all we really gotta do is not give up. I would wait forever, cause I got faith, it's just a matter of time. All of the nights without you, I will just keep on waiting, waiting for you.
Through all of this, you told me that you loved me so much. But now we're here, and I can barely breathe. Inside my head, I pulled apart all the pieces to only see I've always wanted you. So let's take this time to feel it all, no lies. 'Cause if we don't, the fight will eat the life. Stuck in self-destruct, and we can't wake up. Don't wanna give it away. You make me give it away. Don't eat the love alive. like a bad day. My biggest fear is you will walk away. The battle's here, and I'm standing in the fire. So take my hand, and we will stay alive. So let's take this time to feel it on our lives. 'Cause if
Tries to hold on to the bottom. Here comes Giuseppe. They make contact. They touch once, twice, 3 times.
Oh, trouble! Oh, no, Rocky into the wall. Big crash front straightaway. Huge crash coming into the triangle. No, Rocky up and into the air. They're beating and banging. Burn on the bottom. Cosman up top. Cosman, I think. No! Breyer by 1/1000th of a second. Joseph, no! At the line, Thunhorse pulls the win out at the stripe. Oh, he saves it. What's going to happen here? Here comes the canvas. Get your foot there. He's got it. He's got it. Canvas is going to win.
Good evening, all, and welcome to iRacing's Michigan International Speedway, where tonight we will set the field for tomorrow's Yankee 600 with the running of the Sim Racing Channel's Heat Races and the Pit Pass Network Last Chance Qualifiers, all in benefit of Brad Keselowski's Checkered Flag Foundation. We're so glad that you can join us. It'll be myself, Blake McCandless, as well as my partner in the broadcast booth, Jacob Hitz. We have Zach Johnson down in the virtual production trailer, and Jacob, it seems like every time we run one of these events, the question is asked, well, when's the next one? And I can't believe that after July, we've waited some time, and it's already time to run at Michigan.
We've given some time to kind of think about what to do next, and you know, I'm really looking forward to tonight and tomorrow. I know that you've done some testing here already, and you've really liked what you've seen. And, you know, this is a different combination, at least for me. Kind of sort of had an idea going into Charlotte, going into Rockingham of what we would expect. But this racetrack race is so different now in the current next-gen cars and in the Xfinity cars than they do in these, you know, bricks, if you will, driving around the racetrack aerodynamically. So this is going to be something that you really don't get to see ever at Michigan, and I'm really, really excited to see what good racing looks like here, to be honest.
No, I am too, and from what we've seen, the testing that we've done, the racing has been very, very good, very competitive. You'll notice that this is the newer version of Michigan. Of course, there's a skin from 2008 that iRacing has, and there's this version, which is, I can't remember exactly what year it is, but it's definitely the newer configuration. It was scanned just after they repave this track in real life, and the reason we're using it is, well, one, it's fast. Two, the multi-groove treatment that iRacing has at this racetrack is more conducive to some better racing that I think will allow this track to really widen out, the grooves to really shape out, and we will see cars all over this racetrack. Pretty much anywhere from the second lane all the way to the very top is usable. You can see how much rubber they've laid down in practice so far, but so much of this track is in play for these drivers. And I think that's what's going to make a great show. The draft's going to be pretty important, but there's going to be a lot that you're going to have to do behind the wheel to try to make it all work.
Well, and again, with these race cars, you have to always think about tires. We're not going to see the tire fall off and tire disaster that we saw at Charlotte Motor Speedway back when we did the World 600. It's not going to quite be that bad. I'm really excited to see how those tires are going to play into it and see which drivers try and save their stuff, which guys decide, oh, heck with it, let's just go balls to the wall and see how much we can get out of the tires. But with limited sets in these heats that we have tonight, it's going to be an interesting strategy for these guys.
It is, because 30 laps is really right at that window where you have to think about the tires a little bit. but you're also in that situation where track position obviously going to be very important. We are going to take 12 from these heat races. So the format for tonight that we will move on forward with. I know back in the World 600 we did single car qualifying. We loved that, but we're back into heat races here for the Yankee 600. We will take 12 from 3 heats tonight, one of which will roll off every hour. So we'll go 7 p.m., 8 p.m., and 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll start a different heat. We'll take 12 from each. After that, we will run 2 LCQ races. Last chance qualifiers, 20 laps each, of which we will take the top 2. So 12 times 3, 36. You add another 4 out of that out of the LCQs. We get 40, and then we will have 3 provisional drivers that will be taking part tomorrow night, one of which has been confirmed. That is Jerry Nadeau that will be coming out. We cannot wait to see him. And by the way, shout out to Josh Mendoza. While he was in Charlotte, Jerry was having some issues getting his sim rig set up. Josh got him all squared away, so we appreciate the work that Josh did, and looking forward to have Jerry Nadeau, who was running a paint scheme that is a throwback to his Cup Series win at Atlanta. I cannot wait to see that paint scheme on a 1987 Chevy Monte Carlo. I actually released it last week, or saw the paint scheme. It looks beautiful, so can't wait to have Jerry out here. We'll see which of these drivers are going to join him tonight.
Cannot wait to see Jerry Nadeau out on the racetrack. I know you got to see him virtually race in person at the Carolina Esports Hub with the MNR season finale, and get to see him out on the racetrack. And I'm really interested to see how he'll do in these race cars tomorrow night.
Oh, he had so much fun there in Charlotte. He was having a blast, and I think he got wrecked out early in that race. You know, things didn't go his way, but he was just having a ball, and we're lucky to have him. Thank you for Derek Fulton, who's been a big part of that, and getting Jerry all squared away for this race. So right now we do have qualifying going on, 2 laps for these drivers each that will set the grid for this heat race. And right now, a late addition to heat number 1 after a scheduling conflict right now at the top of the board. Our very own Brandon Cattell right now has the fastest time by just 7/1000ths of a second over Matt Kemp, and then Kevin McAdams right now your top 3. Looks like we got about 26 cars that are ready to take the grid after, I believe it was 27 scheduled. So we pretty much have full attendance tonight. There you see Daniel Buttafuoco, who's been a part of each of these events, ran very well at Rockingham before befalling some issues. So Buttafuoco puts up the 5th quickest time in this race. Again, top 12 advance. So we are going to be watching that cut line and that transfer spot closely all night long.
Going to be fun to watch. This heat's pretty stacked. Looking down through some of the names we've got in here. Chandler Parsons, Matt Busa, as you talked about, Buttafuoco, Noah Carmichael, Ashton Slice, David Brown. There are a lot of really strong cars. Malik Ray, that's going to be in this one. This is going to set a pretty high bar, I think, for the rest of the night as far as the racing's concerned.
It really is. And again, Heat 1 wasn't necessarily looked at, but we had some changes once we released the Heat races, some schedule differences that we had to work out. So it kind of morphed into what I think will probably be one of the best splits of the night. That and Heat 3 looks to be awfully stacked as well. And again, we get this mix of drivers, Jacob, where obviously you see a lot of the top eNASCAR talent out here that are in the Coke Series, that are high up in Road to Pro, all of those things. That's no shock. But there's a little bit of a niche community that loves these cars. They may not go out and run the next gen as fast as all these guys, but when it comes to these 1987 cars, they are dialed in, and they can drive them as well as anybody. And that's what I love to see in these events, that, you know, the iRating sometimes can be a little bit deceiving with some of these drivers, that when they get behind the wheel of this 87 car, they are locked and loaded and ready to take it to the best of them.
And I know a member of that community is Sean Butler. Hello. Voice on. I saw you pop in. Was waiting for a good time to transition to you. You're in heat number 2, I think, if memory serves me correct. But
it does.
You'll be joining us throughout the booth, and Kevin will as well once he's done with his split or his heat here tonight. So I'm curious what your thoughts are coming in, since you actually get the chance to drive this track.
This is going to be a fantastic race. All the prepping Blake was talking about that we did, I was a part of that. And the racing was just awesome. Like I think the very first test session we did with this car before we kind of making setup changes, we were out there for like almost 100 laps. So we were just brawling the whole time. So it was fantastic. As Blake mentioned, there's going to be people running every part of this track, top, bottom, middle. So it's going to be fun to watch for everybody for sure. And it's going to be just as fun for these guys to race. So really very much looking forward to these next couple nights. It's going to be a lot of fun.
That's what these events are all about. They're about fun, and they're also about benefiting a good cause. Brad Keselowski's Checkered Flag Foundation was founded in 2010 with the mission to honor and assist those who have sacrificed greatly for our country at home and abroad. Since its inception, the Checkered Flag Foundation has raised upright of $3.8 million and has assisted or honored more than 250 individuals and organizations in order to help veterans, active military, and first responders. So, of course, through the course of all of this, we implore you, if you are so inclined, to make a donation to the Checkered Flag Foundation. Actually, I'll go ahead and post a link in the chat right there that'll take you directly to their website. Of course, there's a link also as well if you want to donate to the event specifically. Half of that will go to the foundation, half will go towards everything that's making this event possible. I'll post that as well. There we go. And I believe I looked earlier today on their website, and I think it was 686 contributions that they had on their website. So I'm looking forward to see that number grow throughout tonight and see the contributions that our field is able to make. And again, good cause, and happy to be doing it here. I felt like Michigan, Checkered Flag Foundation, Brad Keselowski, it seemed to be a pretty good fit.
No doubt about it. Glad to be supporting that group, and that's what makes some of this so special, is that we're doing all these races. We're getting all these guys together and putting on great shows, but there's a bigger meaning behind all of it. With each race having a charity to donate to, it just makes the races that much more special and adds something entirely different that you don't get a lot of the time with a lot of the special events that go on, or just the regular league races that go on throughout the year.
All right, well, we are set. It looks like everybody warm-up has completed, and we are ready to get things rolling here in heat number 1. This is how they'll line up. Brandon Cattell has the fast time tonight, 41.549 seconds. Is good to be at the top of the board here in heat number 1. Matt Busa, he's been so strong. I'm sure we'll see him ripping the wall at some point tonight. He starts in second. Matt Kemp in the number 5 Levi Garrett throwback will start in third. Fourth is Kevin McAdams, and every time I look at that car, I want some fried chicken. Fifth is Presley Sora. Sixth is Matt Taylor. Starting in seventh will be Daniel Buttafuoco. Eighth is Chris Yankee. Not Janky, Yankee right there for the number 14 car. Malik Ray will start ninth. Chase Pearson 10th, and that will round out your top 10, Jacob.
Ashton Slice will roll off from P11. Noah Carmichael lines up on the outside. Then David L. Brown and Cole Freilich in row number 7. Tanner Long, Lucas Hoitzma in row 8. Lane Tidwell, Jesse Bunnell in row 9. Brandon Slough, Brandon Gass, Brandon and Brandon in row 10, rounding out the top 20.
Joseph Hendricks will roll off 21st. Andrew Sanford in 22nd. John Freeman, 23rd. Carson Biggerstaff, 24th. Last 3 drivers, Corey Verbnick, Chandler Parsons, and Davis Warren. Blake will round out the first heats field.
There it is, 27 cars ready for this one. Be interested to know why Parsons or Warren weren't able to put down a qualifying time. Of course, you get 2 attempts and you can't scrape the wall or any of that. You can see some cloudy skies right here over this track that will cool it down just a little bit. Looks like track temp at 111 right now. As we continue to move forward in the evening, you'll see it'll get later here with these start times in these heats. So it's about noon in the sim right now, about 12:22, call it, and we'll continue to get later as there's a lot of cloud cover right now. Pace car is off. 30 laps will take the top 12 directly into the Yankee 600 tomorrow night. Green flag is out, and we are rolling here from Michigan. You see that they take a little bit to get up to full song, but it is 2, it is 3 wide all throughout the field. Cattell able to clear to the lead for the time being. It looks like he's going to be able to pull Matt Kemp with him. And already we're seeing cars run all over this racetrack, most in that second groove, some going down to the bottom, some going all the way to the top.
So weird. It's like they're racing at Daytona with this big pack, and that's what's going to happen throughout these first couple laps. As things roll along, they're going to get more spread out like we normally see at Michigan, and this pack's going to dissipate. But right off of a start and on the restarts, they're going to be all over each other like the next-gen cars, what NASCAR's looking for out of these guys. That's what we're getting. 4 wide mid-pack back there with Ashton Schleiss.
That is Schleiss, Freilich, David Brown in that mix as well. Matt Busa has lost a couple of spots off the drop of the green. He's fallen back to the 8th position right now. So drivers making moves. Oh, somebody's out of shape right there. That is Chase Pierce, and he caught that car. And, oh, man, but that's going to make about 4 wide. Oh, no, he gets turned.
More trouble. Lane Tidwell is in it. Andrew Sanford. John Freeman's going to hit the inside wall.
Caution is out, and again, these will be admin thrown cautions throughout the night. And you know, we saw Pierce, he was able to hold on to it. He was in the middle of a bad situation, got a little bit loose. He caught it, and kind of they bottlenecked off of turn 4, and it looks like he may have gotten turned in the right rear there. We'll see Matt Taylor, that's car number 8 on the top side, and just barely moves down into him, but there's so little space off that corner.
Man, they didn't waste any time, Jacob. 4 wide, like twice on lap 1.
Well, and somebody toward the back of the field did not get going, and it stacked everybody up. Tanner Long, but they got that sorted out, and just everything funnels in coming off the corners, and you see that just about everywhere we go, no matter what the racetrack is. You think you've got plenty of room coming off the corner, coming off of turn 2, coming off turn 4. As the cars slide up, you get to that outside wall, and you realize, wait, I'm at a racetrack. I can't go anywhere else, and that's where we see these accidents happen more often than not, especially when somebody has issues up the road and is trying to get out of the way. There's just not enough room for them to go.
Well, and especially, Sean, I mean, I know you were driving these cars a lot in testing. We know it funnels off of turn 4 and off of turn 2 at Michigan, but I feel like with these cars and the unique handling characteristics that it has, if anything, it's even worse probably in this car.
Absolutely. I mean, these guys really, some of them haven't gotten a lot of laps in, and they're finding out the hard way how these things act off the corners. Like the way the setup is, there's like a late kind of tight feeling, especially off of turn 2, that some of these guys need to kind of be aware of as they're making their moves. But I'll give them credit. I mean, I kind of expected them to wreck off of 2 there when they were 4 wide, but they kept it going. So, I mean, that just was 2 guys going for the same amount of real estate, unfortunately. So, tough break for Matt Taylor and the 17 of Chase Pierce. But luckily, there is 1 fast repair in this. So, both of them came in, took that, and they get another shot at it. But they're finding out really early that you could race hard in these things. I mentioned before, you're going to see guys all over this racetrack. And that is case in point on lap 1 for this thing.
Tough for these drivers, and we're happy to have them here again. So there is a fast repair in this race with these heats. We will not have a fast repair in the LCQs, but drivers do have 1 fast repair for these heats tonight. They will also not have a fast repair in the Yankee 600 tomorrow. So I don't know. I felt like with how easy it is to kind of break in this car and get that 8-minute required for losing a wheel, felt like, we'll give them a second chance here in these heats, but, past that, you're on your own.
Well, and that's something that I think these guys are going to have to think about, especially in the race tomorrow. I don't think it'll quite matter as much tonight, but tomorrow in such a long race, you're going to have to think about, when do I want to use that fast repair? If you brush up against the outside wall, do you decide to take it right then and there? Or if you decide to wait, let that damage kind of slow you down a little bit, but then toward the end of the race, if you get a late caution, you're going to be able to use that fast repair or use it on the last pit stop or what have you to get yourself back into the running. That's some of the strategy that we see guys pull with that fast repair on, do I use it now? Do I wait? I think that's something we're going to see throughout the day, as I mentioned, especially tomorrow. Not quite as much today, but we'll have to wait and see.
All right, so we will start here single file. Again, this is 1987 rules. So we will start single file here on lap 5. We'll go to lap 6. You can see the lights are off on the pace car. We'll put lap down cars to the inside, of which there are none right now. So you can tell Matt Kemp, Daniel Buttafuoco, Malik Ray, Presley Soar, your top 5. And they are all in throughout the top 10. Right now, last car in is Noah Carmichael sitting in P12. This is where things get interesting. It's not always easy having a single file restart because you can't see it very well. Cattell has control of the field, and he'll elect to go pretty late. Green flag is back out. We'll start lap 6, and this is when you have to worry about these 87 cars missing a shift. Davis Warren might have further back in the pack, but looks like so far so good.
Good about how spread out these guys get as a couple of them slap the wall coming off turn number 2. Tanner Long toward the back of the field was able to do that, but since they're single file, you have to wait for the car in front of you to go. It's not like when you're double file and just everybody goes at once, so that allows on these restarts for them to be a little more strung apart than they were even in that first green flag stint that only lasted 2 laps.
So managed to get double file pretty quickly here, and guys, I'm watching Matt Bussa, and I'm wondering what the heck is going on. We know Bussa in the World 600 was just laying the car out there and running the high side and ripping and leading, and he started in second, and he's out of the transfer right now. He's in 12th, about to lose it and fall back to 13th to Brandon Gass right now, Lucas Hoysma around there. So Bussa has just fallen like a rock through this field to start this thing, and that's quite surprising to me.
The only thing I can think of is he is trying to keep those 4 Goodyear Eagles on it better than anybody else in front of him. So we all know Matt Bussa. He wants to win every race that he's in, and right now he's trying to do the strategy, I think, of just to save his tires for a handful of laps and then come ripping back up through the field. So we'll see if this works. But back up front, Matt Kemp has a eye for the lead right now. Looking at the outside of Brandon Cattell. Here comes Daniel Buttafuoco in that 13, and the race is on for the lead now, boys. They're not content to transfer. They want to win.
And one car slapped the wall off of turn 2. That was Joseph Hendricks. His car's okay. Didn't hit anybody further on back there. But yeah, it was a good battle for the lead. And Jacob, this is where you always kind of wonder, how hard are you going to race up here in the top 12? Because nothing in this race determines your starting order for tomorrow. I mean, you're just, if you're in the top 12, you're in. So how hard do you try to race to win or try to finish third when it really all is a wash at the end of the day?
Well, and we've said that before. We said that at Rockingham. We said that at Charlotte. And yet the battles inside the top 12 were still pretty aggressive throughout the heat races. Well, I guess we had qualifying at Charlotte, but you get my point from Rockingham. There was some really strong and aggressive battling going on inside the top 12 in that race throughout the heats. I think we're going to see something similar for some guys, especially that don't have experience, that are going to keep fighting for positions, whether they're thinking about just making the top 12 or whether it's, I got to show that I can be as fast as possible and be a contender for tomorrow.
Man, I mean, you just get these huge runs right now. The draft really pulls these guys up. You can see right there, Lucas Hoytsma, car number 89. He is the transfer right now. He is holding off that bright orange number 72 of Chandler Parsons right now, who would be the first car out. Parsons didn't lay down a time in qualifying, but he's being pushed along by Brandon Gass. That is the battle for the transfer spot. You can see up front, single file, Parsons electing to go a little bit higher to try to build up a run right now on that number 89.
And Parsons is another one of those guys that runs these cars quite a bit, so he knows how these things work, not only on the super speedways, but on the intermediates. But he's kind of boxed in right now behind Hoytsman and Carmichael. And when these guys start to, race a little bit more, it's going to be imperative for him to get around these guys to get to the transfer. Brandon Gass is all over the back of him in that 41 Buick, nearly turning the 72. And if you're wondering if that 72 looks familiar, another Parsons, Chandler's relative, drove it back in the day. Benny Parsons may have looked a little familiar to that. So Chandler is related to Benny, if you were wondering, and a lot of people were probably. But Chandler pays an homage to him every time he steps into this car.
Is he actually, though?
He is.
Because I've heard sometimes maybe it's like a running joke and he just kind of plays into it. I haven't looked at the Parsons family tree. I guess
Ancestry.com has confirmed it.
Wow.
We dug it up.
Well, very cool.
Investigative reporter Sean Butler.
Doing my job.
These guys are starting to race pretty hard up front. Brandon Cattell, it seems like it's hard to be the leader here because the draft, if people push each other, they just get such a run. And Buttafuoco right now, not quite to the outside of Cattell, but look to try and take a crack at it there for a second. Parsons going to the outside now of Noah Carmichael. So Carmichael back to 12th. That is the battle for the transfer. They're 3 wide on the front straightaway. And that is for being in or being out here as we're getting close to halfway.
Well, and something interesting I'm noticing here at the front, you're right, you really don't want to be the leader. I'm not sure you want to be the second car in line either because of how much of a run you get. You are flying
Parsons
these corners.
Parsons was sideways off of turn 2.
He kept it straight.
He did, and he held on to his position, too.
I think that's what Matt Busa likes to see, because if we can get more of those guys getting sideways like Parsons as this run goes on, this makes the strategy Busa's trying to implore all the more smart, because we see him just clinging back there, top of your screen, to the back of this little pack right now at the front. And they're starting to get racy now as battle for second still going on. Brandon Cattell is still side by side with Matt Kemp. Then you see this battle back here. So races going on all over this track right now, Blake, and this is only the beginning of the madness we'll see later on tonight.
Yeah, and again, I think you're going to have to be more aggressive now than you are tomorrow. I mean, we get 300 laps around Michigan, a feat that has actually never been done before. So the inspiration behind this event and behind running 600 miles of Michigan in 1969, wow, Jordan, thanks. So in 1969, this was a scheduled race in the NASCAR Cup Series. It was the second race that had ever been run at Michigan. It was scheduled for 600 miles. They did not get to 600. There was rain. They ended up calling the race early. So this is an event that has never actually finished the distance. So it seemed to be a perfect fit with Michigan and this track and this car to try and be a way that we could finish it out. So we're going to try to go 600 miles at Michigan. That's a little bit of a history nugget for you.
That's a lot. It's a lot of racing. It's very long.
Especially at this racetrack, right? Of all places, 600 miles here. That's an eternity.
Oh, man, these guys, the battle for the lead is getting a lot more intense right now. Chris Yankee is up here in that 14. There you see Malik Ray has now joined the fray. Didn't mean to rhyme on purpose there, but still, Kevin McAdams up here. So it's starting to get a lot more bunched up, and you're going to see as we're just past halfway, the patience for these guys is going to get smaller and smaller. We got some guys up here that want to win the race, and some guys who just want to transfer in. So we'll see who wants it and who's content to be where they're at.
We have some international drivers. Yes, we do. We have several drivers that are from Canada. I believe Derek Fulton, he's from up north. You also have Larry Pace from Halifax, Nova Scotia that'll be joining us a little bit later. He's not in this heat right now, but he will be there. Jamie Ritchie Price from Australia will be joining us a little bit later. So, yeah, the international community well represented in this race. Timu Toika from Finland.
Iti, Finland.
I'm glad you know how to pronounce that.
Thank you. He's told me a couple times.
Well, good. All right, you see Busa right there. He makes the pass on Parsons. Good battle up front, 2 by 2.
Oh! Man, did they make they almost made contact if they didn't between Cattell and Yankee there coming off too. How about 3 wide, David Brown?
This is nuts.
Oh, man, this is getting good right up here. This is, I think, when you start. Oh,
Malik! Save it. We're good.
What a save.
Who was that? Was that Cole Freilich? Or was that Presley? So that's Presley Sora.
Well, and look at this. Here comes Busa around the outside. I can't believe it worked for him.
It's going to. I'm telling you. He saved his tires, and he can do it better than anybody in this car, I feel. So he's going to be up at the front here challenging for the lead before we know it.
Golly, Cole Freilich. Yeah, that was Freilich that made the contact with Malik Ray. Busa's on the charge, so his tires have been well saved through this. David Brown, he's trying to make that very bottom work, and you see right there, he's on the bottom, but he doesn't go all the way down to the yellow line. That banking change is just a little bit too much, especially for this car to try to overcome. You can see he doesn't really get a whole lot of draft here on the front straightaway. And again, this is where, Sean, the leader has a lot of control here, because you can run the bottom on the front stretch, or you can run the outside, and that kind of determines which line is a little bit better, honestly.
You got to go where the help is, especially in this car. But right now, there's not really a lot of help anywhere. 3 wide for the lead. Yankee tries to block Botafuco down there. Look at Kevin McAdams in the 26. He was running the top the last couple of laps, and he's gotten his way up to third, now pushing Cattell to lead. Now he's challenging for second. But Kevin is another one of those guys that tested with us, and he really...
Oh, trouble! Turn 3, 1 car into the outside wall. Malik Ray. He's joined by Cole Freeling. Chandler Parsons. He's in as Malik comes back down the track, and Parsons is upside down.
Parsons flipping
rolling
wildly
on the apron.
Oh, man. Lands on his wheels.
More than half a dozen tumbles for Chandler Parsons. Shaken, not stirred for the 72. I'm not sure how he got upside down there.
How's that car still moving?
I don't know.
What the hell happened? Let's take a look. It happens in front of Chandler. There's Malik. That's who's that in the 15? Was that Cole Freilich? Cole Freilich in the 15. And then Chandler just nowhere to go, and the wheels dig into the grass in this car. And it looked like it was going to slow down, then it just rapidly intensifies for Chandler, and luckily he's able to keep it on all 4 wheels somehow, and that thing is still running. I have no idea how. Malik sent it into 3, washed up a little bit, and poor Freilich nowhere to go but in the wall for him. Malik tried to save it, comes down the track, and nowhere for Parsons to go, and the ride begins for Chandler. That's unfortunate.
Well, we said it when the flip count was 1 in the Rockingham 508. Well, guess what? The flip count is at 1 here in the Yankee 600.
Look at this. We got pit road busy.
Oh, yeah. Everybody's coming. Well, and we're going to have a restart inside 10 to go. Blake, you'll have to help me out as if there's overtime or not here in the heats, because if there is, we might be using it.
Oh, boy.
There is 1 green-white checkered. 1 green-white checkered for the heats. We will not have a...
Taking 2 or 4 here, Blake?
I'm thinking 4. And apparently Chandler Parsons has broke the Twitch chat. We are still live on Twitch, but I think I don't know, maybe try refreshing it a little bit. I don't know. They picked an awful...
My messages?
Busa has taken 2. I knew he was going to do that. I called that one, in my head at least, and say it out loud. But he saved his tires so much that this is probably going to work out for him. Blake, we were familiar with the heat cycles in these tires, and if his right sides can maintain for the last 10 laps, he's in really good shape to win this thing. So Busa, calculated strategy to save from the jump, and I think it's going to pay off for him.
Well, good for Matt Busa. Well, and again, we'll see, because again, so if you've run the 1987 cars a lot, you'll know that at times and in previous builds, it seems as though if you took 2 tires at times and at certain tracks, it would actually be faster than taking 4 tires. So that seems to have been remedied in this latest update. At least from what I've seen, it seems like the car is a lot more unsettled. I think is a good word to describe it if you take 2 tires. But Busa, we saw him better than anybody else save those tires. So we'll see if it's really loose for him or if he's able to hang on. Again, all he has to do is hold on to 12th, and he's got 9 laps to do it. Again, assuming that we don't have overtime, which will come into play in these heats. Again, we have 1 attempt at a green-white checkered in these heats. We'll have 3 for the LCQs. So we'll see if that'll come into fruition. And of course, tomorrow night, well, guess what? It's 1987 rules. There is no green-white checkered especially not, let alone 1987, but definitely 1969. So, and Sean, I think it looks like the Twitch chat is fixed.
I think so. I hope it is. I'm kind of chuckling right now. I was just talking about the strategy Matt Busa played here with the 2 tires. He puts in the race chat, 2 still work in this car. I don't think he realizes it. 2 was the meta, probably last build. So I don't know now. I want to know how his tires were, left side tires are, but for context, if you're just joining us, I don't know if you're still hanging out from Jordan's raid, but everybody just pit. We have under 10 to go. As you see, 9 to go on the ticker. Matt Busa, your leader, the only car on 2 tires. So he is going to have to fend a lot of hungry drivers off to maintain the win in this thing. All he has to do is finish 12th, though, so we'll see what happens with him.
I almost want to ask the chat to just type whatever you were typing when Chandler flipped, just so we can get a delayed reaction.
Right.
Whoa! We can replay it back, but we're going green anyway, so.
Yeah.
Yes, we are. You see, Boost is trying to get some heat in his tires right here. He's shaking that car all around. Again, single file restarts. That's going to help him here. But let's see if he can hang on. It'll be 8 laps to go. When we get to the stripe, he's going to go late. Green flag's in the air. And he'll bring that Buick LeSabre down to the bottom to try and break the draft. And let's see who steps out of line further on back. David L. Brown right to the bottom, as we've seen pretty much all night.
They were stacked up at the start-finish line there. They couldn't wait to get to turn number 1 and fan out. Ashton Schleiss going to slide up. David Brown kind of missed the corner. That might open up the door for that 68. Busa, though, is gone. He's got 3-4 car lengths over Chris Yankee there in second, and here comes Cattell to the inside to try and take that spot away.
Oh, David Brown again.
There it goes.
It's not going to work. Oh, that is the 70 of Davis Warren, and they're still wrecking. They're tagging a couple of
Freilich.
more.
Again.
Oh, man. So clearly Warren there tried to give some space to David Brown as he went to the bottom, and by God, he really tried to save that car. He got tagged by Ashton Schleiss, and then Freilich gets spun by Joseph Hendricks as he was trying to avoid. Ah, man, that's so tough right there. Malik Ray he barely missed it. Let's watch it one more time.
There's a little wiggle the 70 does going into 3. If we can get another look at it after, then that's all it takes to kind of upset this car going in the corner. There you see Freilich getting spun right there. Just everyone checking up. But I think that's what did it for him right there. Watch this little wiggle here.
He lost it trying to avoid. He cut to the outside. Here you see the wiggle, just steps out on him. He goes top, and then it's back to the bottom when the 70 comes back across, and that 15 just gets loose. And then he comes down, ping-pongs off of the car on the inside of him. That's what sends him up to the outside wall. He did everything he could to try and stay out of that deal.
On board with Freilich. Let's see what he sees. Car getting loose in front of him. He doesn't know where to go.
Yeah.
Had the right line. If Schleiss wasn't there, he gets through that, but it's just a tough break there for Cole.
Man, that you really hate to see that. Again, I think that's where the rest of this race is going to get pretty crazy, right? Right about that 10th position, guys that are barely in or barely out. We saw them; they formed up pretty civil up front there behind Matt Busa. Not a whole lot of aggressive moves being made because people just want to make sure they're safe and they don't do anything to ruin that. So, again, it's going to be around that 12th position where we're going to see a lot of action. I mean, Matt Taylor started up front. He's out right now. Malik Ray is out right now. Chandler Parsons is all the way back in 20th. So we have some big names that have yet to make their way in. So I'm sure we'll try to see some desperate moves here in the last 5 laps. By the way, if you want to know where our next event is going to be, we are going to run that announcement after the running of this heat race. So if you want to know where the next 87 event is going to be, it seems like every single broadcast, we kind of, at some point in the middle of it, we're asking, when's the next one? And I'm kind of thinking, let's just get through this one first. Well, we've already decided the car and track. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, we're using the 87 car, so there you go. Shocker.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. But we have decided the next event, we will release the format or at least where we're going after this heat. So stay tuned. Yeah, actually, we had Twitch chat break. So why don't we'll put the donation link in there again. There it is right there.
Be cool. What would really be cool is if we could have a command, people put an exclamation point donate, and things just magically appear.
First link is the foundation
Zach.
itself. Second link is to the event. If you want some of your donations to go towards the event as well, it'll split 50-50. That top link will get us 100% of the Checkered Flag Foundation. I think it was 686 was the number when I checked on the CFF website a little bit earlier on how many donations they've gotten through their website. So I'm looking forward to that number increasing tonight. By the way, it's not the firecracker either. Sorry.
Yeah, that was already revealed to us, the fate of that this year. We didn't want to hear that. Blame Josh Mendoza. Don't do that. I'm just kidding.
Busa Cattell Yankee. Is that how you say it? Yankee?
There we go.
Yes.
He did it.
I said, yeah, I wanted to pronounce it Yankee because, you know, it's the Yankee 600.
Not quite.
That's
Close.
how he pronounces it, Blake.
Yeah.
That's true.
Here we go.
All right, pace car is off. 4 laps to go when they take the stripe. Who is going to advance into the Yankee 600 tomorrow night, and who's going to have to go to the LCQs? We'll find out now. Green flag in the air. And, oh, boy, Joseph Hendricks in that transfer spot didn't get a great restart. He stacked him up behind him.
And here comes Lucas Hoytsma to the bottom. Joseph Hendricks is right there as well. Oh, and he just blinked out.
Uh-oh.
He just disappeared. Okay, now he's back. And he's got Bunnell all over the back bumper on him, coming off turn number 2. Almost put him in the wall. We got a spinner behind. 1 car around. It's the 7 of Brandon Slaw. We stay green.
Further on back in the pack, so we will stay green. Our eyes are on this transfer right now that Joseph Hendrick has. The rest of the field has already separated by about half a second, so Joseph Hendrick has a bunch of hungry hounds behind him trying to get in the final transfer spot. 3 laps to go.
And this is where we're going to have to watch the front group of guys, 12th on up, they're all in. But all behind this black 3 car of Joseph Hendricks is the race to get in, and he gets loose. Here comes Hoytsma to the outside. Jesse Bunnell's going to follow him through, so now Hoytsma through to the transfer.
Oh, he's going to block. Is Bunnell going to put up with the Hoytsma? Oh, man, he missed the corner by a ton.
He's pushed him in there.
Look at that.
Oh, but here comes Matt Taylor. Matt Taylor's going to have a huge run.
And look at that white car, the big rowdy energy car, Malik Ray coming back up there. He's not out of this at all.
2 to go.
Oh, man, it is a 4-horse pony show at the dog races right here. Lucas Hoytsma, slide job into 1. Crossover coming from Jesse Bunnell. Malik Ray not able to get clear of Matt Taylor. By the way, they're 3 wide up front, but this is what we care about right here. Who is going to get in, and are they going to wreck up front and change it up? They'll get the white flag this time. Bunnell on the bottom in that 96, or we'll 0 on your screen. Lucas Hoytsma. Now here comes Malik Ray. He is clear. Big slide from Hoytsma. White flag in the air. Who gets in?
Oh, here comes Malik. He's going to give a huge shove to Hoytsma down on the bottom. And Matt Taylor's coming back on the outside in that purple 8 car. Oh, there goes the 3. Noah Carmichael gets into the 3 of Joseph Hendricks. They're going to slide and save it behind the transfer spot.
Off of turn 2 for the final time. A big run for Jesse Bunnell. Malik Ray trying to figure out where to go. Ray blocks Taylor. Hoytsma hanging on. Who's going to get back here first?
Into turn 3, Brandon Cattell is taking the lead, but we're staying right here. Off at turn number 4, who's going to get this transfer spot? Bunnell. Off at turn 4, they're going to be 3 wide coming to the line.
Oh, it looks like Bunnell not going to be able to pull him back, and Hoytsma hangs on. Taylor almost got it on the bottom. Oh, man, what a great battle there. Lucas Hoytsma, Jesse Bunnell, well done to both those drivers. Keeping it clean, too. They didn't wreck each other. And by, well, let's look at the final tale. 62 1,000ths of a second. Lucas Hoytsma is your 12th driver, and he will transfer into the Yankee 600. Matt Busa, Brandon Cattell, Kevin McAdams, Chris Yankee.
There you go.
Daniel Buttafuoco, Matt Kemp, Presley Sora, David L. Brown, Ashton Schleiss, Chase Pierce, Brandon Gass, Lucas Hoytsma, that's your 12 that have locked their way into the Yankee 600 tomorrow.
We had 2 last lap passes for the win, by the way, but we were so focused on the transfer spot for Lucas. So if we could snag a replay of the last lap passes, that was a great race up front by Busa and Cattell. So here we go, coming to the white. Busa's got the lead. And I'll tell you, Brandon Cattell's first laps were last night. Well, I guess 2 days ago with this one. But he did not have any laps on this prior to this race until a couple days ago. And me and him were just in one of the practice sessions Blake put up, and he was trying to figure out what to do. And tell you what, if you're keeping up with Matt Busa in this car and fighting for the win, you're doing something right. So great run by these guys for sure. Look at side by side. Cattell's going to throw it into 3. Busa's going to cross him over. This is only a taste of what we're going to be seeing for the rest of the night.
Man, and Busa almost got in the back of him. At least got to the rear end of the car, tried to take the air off the spoiler. And I mean, a great job coming back to the line, and Busa got him just by a nose. Classic finish. I hope we get that after 600 miles tomorrow.
I was about to say 600 miles. I mean, my goodness, that is such a long time for these guys to battle and be on top of each other like this. But, man, did that race deliver. I was telling you, man, this car, this track, going to put on some great racing, and I think we are set for a full week of great racing here. There you see your top 10 right there. Matt Busa, Brandon Cattell, Kevin McAdams, Chris Yankee, Daniel Buttafuoco, Matt Kemp, Presley Sora, David L. Brown, Ashton Slice, and Chase Pierce rounds out your top 10, Jacob.
And the final 2 drivers that make it in, Brandon Gass, Lucas Hoytsma, and that photo finish back there for 12th. 13th on back. They're not out of it yet. They still have the LCQs that they can make their way in through. Jesse Bunnell, Matt Taylor, Malik Ray, Chandler Parsons, Lane Tidwell, John Freeman, Andrew Sanford, Davis Warren rounding out the top 20.
Chandler Parsons flipped and still finished in the top 20. I can't believe that.
Yep.
Noah Carmichael, 21st. Tanner Long, Carson Biggerstaff, Cole Freilich, Joe Hendrick, Brandon Slaw, and Corey Vervnick will round out the field here. And this is only the tip of the iceberg, guys, for this thing. So I'd love to join you guys for the next one, but I got to go run it. So I guess Kevin and I will switch spots here in a second. But have fun, guys. We'll be back after the second one.
Well, Sean, good luck. I know you love these cars, and you're a big part of helping us test it. But, of course, we can't show any favoritism here. But
I know.
Yeah, good luck. You know, we wish you the best.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Goodbye.
All right, so that was 27 cars that contested our first heat. And as promised, ladies and gentlemen, when we talked about it a little bit earlier, we are at that point that we are going to reveal to you our next 87 event. I can guarantee you it is going to be nothing like anything that's ever been done on the iRacing platform. Totally different, totally unique. I can't wait to share it with you guys. Let's not wait any longer.
And second!
All right, so there you have it there, folks. Sorry at the behest of my partner here, Jacob here, or at his expense. But yes, we will be running the all-in 650 that will run a single race on 2 different tracks. We will run 334 laps at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway in the 1987 cars. We will throw the red flag, and a week later, we will finish it up with 400 more laps at the Bull Ring. We will carry over everything from that first race. So if you fall laps down, guess what? You're going to start at the Bull Ring 2-3 laps down. So, yeah, we're going to try something totally different. We're going to try to run a race that takes place at 2 different tracks.
I'm excited. It's going to be a lot of fun. 2 entirely different racetracks. That's the big key to all of that. It's not just, it's across the street.
Yeah, and trust me, when I say that it could have been much longer, my initial thoughts were 1,000 miles. I ended up settling on 650 overall for the event, so we did taper it down just a little bit. But yeah, 87s at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. That is a great combo. It's actually going to be a part of the iRacing official schedule this year. So you get a little bit of a taste of that. But I've been testing a little bit the Bull Ring. It's a very tough track, especially in the 87 cars. But I think it'll be a fitting place to conclude an event like that. So don't want to take too much attention away from the Yankee 600, but that is at the All-In 650 will be our next event. We're looking to run it in about December, January-ish area. Right now, we'll get a date settled in as well as some sponsorship, and it will, unlike most of the events we've done, I know we've done some charity events, and that's been the main focus, but over $1,000 to win that race will make it at least the biggest money event that we've put on so far. Oh, hi, Kevin.
A lot of money.
Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kevin McAdams.
Hello, yes, I have replaced Sean. Sean is going to go race now. I just raced, if you didn't watch Heat 1. It was a lot of fun.
We did. We basically didn't talk about you the entire race.
And that's okay. That means nothing bad happened to me. That means that I didn't cause any trouble. I didn't get canceled, despite Ben Easter Day yelling at me because I was meandering down in the bottom groove, down the backstretch with 1 to go. But yeah, that race went exactly how I wanted it to. No controversy, and just made my way in. That's all I wanted.
Well, good for you, Kevin.
Hey, thanks,
I'm happy
man.
for you. But the battle for the transfer was ridiculous. It was very good.
I didn't look at the replay, but I saw Malik Ray did not make it in. So he will be in the LCQ, if I'm correct.
Yeah, he was that caution with about 10 laps to go. He was part of that. So that's why I got stuck back in traffic and then just ran out of laps.
So Kevin, you kind of just came from the race. How's this race? I know we've done a lot of testing in this car. How does it race when you get 30 cars out there?
Well, the first thing I noticed is it, especially as it gets later in the day, because starting the race around noon, the longer the race went, the more your rear tires started to get hot, and you really had to worry about that on exit. Not necessarily wrecking it, but if you overdrove the corner, you lose 2-3 tenths down the straightaway. You just lose so much momentum. When I was pushing it, battling Chris Yankee with a handful of laps to go, I just threw it in there, and I lost all my momentum. He would catch me right back. So I think the key in this, if it's around the same time period, is keeping your rear tires and being able to get a launch off the corner. And as long as you guys saw it a little bit, as long as you have that second middle groove there to kind of work with, you can hold people off pretty easily. It doesn't really hurt the tires too much to run up there. The bottom line is pretty much effectively useless. So as long as you can keep yourself in the front, I think track position is going to be so important. If you can keep yourself in the front, you'll be fine.
All right. Well, thank you, Kevin. See if Sean can do the same. We have another good field of drivers here. Again, the average strength of field for this event I had the numbers at one point, and I didn't update them after we got some more signups on board. Or actually, no, I can scroll right here to the bottom. And I think somebody actually, on the sheet, they typed it in as 6.3 instead of 6,300, so I may have to fix that here really quick for a second. But looking at, all the drivers that we had confirmed, we have a strength of field. The average I rating for this event is over a 3,500. It's about a 3,650 is the number I'm showing. So a very good field that we got here. But all right, so we will get things going here in just a couple of minutes. The next heat is set to roll at 8 p.m. Eastern. We will pause for a quick break, and we will be right back at it with heat number 2, the Sim Racing Channel heats in the Yankee 600.
I found out I owe $9,600 on the house. So I'm entering the sim race. Pays 20 grand. Think I'd be a good race car driver?
I think you'd be a great driver.
Looks like you're my new competition. You think I'm too nice in person?
Maybe people should treat you the way that you treat them.
But you'd be hanging out with your Washington crew chief anyway today.
The only way he can beat you is to wreck you.
You stopped racing because people said you were old and washed up. Come back and prove them wrong.
I'll see you on race day.
We're back here on FTF.GG for the Sim Racing Channel heats for the Yankee 600. Blake is currently doing the driver's meeting right now for heat number 2 as they get set to go to advance to qualifying. They'll get 5 minutes to advance to qualify, and we've got, I think about 22 drivers here, Kevin, for this second heat. So smaller number, just slightly, but still a solid crowd.
Yeah, I think 4 less drivers than Heat 1, but with the way this is, like I mentioned before, I think qualifying is going to be very important, and with it being a little bit later in the day, the race started around noon for Heat 1 in Sim. With this, it'll be around 1 p.m., so an even hotter track than I experienced, so I'll echo that sentiment again. Just got to keep that rear tire cool. I was talking to Cattell. He was leading the field pretty much that entire first race, and his right rear was significantly worn compared to mine, and he was starting to get a little bit loose. So I think that'll be the name of the game again. But 5 minutes of qualifying, and I think it's going to be more crucial than a lot of people think.
I tend to think that, but I mean, Parsons got kind of cut through the field a little bit. He started in the back. Busa started second. And he fell like a rock at the beginning of that race. He was saving a ton, but I guess it worked for him. I mean, he ended up winning the heat. He took 2 tires too. That's interesting. I wonder how many people saw that and will think, if they're going to come down and take tires late, how many are going to take 2 after that?
But not everybody saves tires like Matt Busa, though. That's
I was going to say,
got to keep in mind.
He because when I came in, because tires are definitely different than it used to be. You know, when we ran the World 600, we were blowing tires 40 laps into a run. Now I think you can go 100 laps on tires here. It's a little bit different, but left sides were like 93% for me. I'm sure with him saving as drastically as he was probably in the mid 90s. So I think if you're up front and you're like, 8th or 10th and you think you could have a shot to win it, sure, give yourself some insurance if you save enough. But I don't think if you're in the back, you can pull that off. But we'll have to wait and find out. Hopefully no cautions.
That would be the hope, right? We saw a couple there in that first heat. I know I got confidence in these guys. Well, we've had a lot of different events that have been really good when it comes to we haven't had a lot of cautions. We had a few in the Rockingham 508 heats. We had 0 in the World 600 heats because we didn't run heats. So there's that. Ran 4-lap average qualifying. See right there he is. Sean Butler right now second on the board behind Adam Cabot. That's closely contested there at the front. 12 laps so far put on the board. And it's pretty much a 1-lap qualifying here. I know we give them 2 laps, but it's pretty much just 1. You're not going to go faster on your second lap. There's no way.
Yeah, it's about at least a quarter of a second slower on your second lap. I think Sean's just trying to get some extra practice in the newer temps. Like as I mentioned, just track temp started around 110 when I jumped in this session for practice. It's already up to 113, and it's going to continue to elevate as the race progresses.
Yeah, these later heats again, we're keeping the time as linear as possible. So, we were hoping the last one started around 12. This one will start about 1 in sim. So it will continue to kind of heat up throughout the day. I think the in-sim date is August 17th. Because 16th, that's when
close.
Yeah, 16th. So it'll be 17th for the race tomorrow. That's because that's when the Yankee 600 was run in 1969. Was mid-August. So decided to kind of throw it back to that as well.
Couple drivers have not taken times. Dawson Allen, Craig Janchak, Andrew Sanford, who has been a multiple entry recipient in the Firecracker 400. He's tried to make that race twice, so he's very familiar with this car. Getting some last minute qualifying in, 2 remaining. Current pole is a 41.586. Pole for the heat 1 was a 5.49, so a little bit slower due to the ambient track temp, but very close up front again. Only a couple hundred separating the first few drivers. You got Team Butoika at a 6.29 in 5th, so very, very tight field here at Michigan. And I think, Blake, you even, when we did practice, you knew that this was not going to be a super challenging combination. It's going to be very fun, and I think the racing will always be close quarters with the way the draft is, but it creates great entertainment for people to watch.
Certainly so, and I knew that this would be a track that just naturally fits itself well to this car because we're going so fast. The draft is definitely an equalizer. There is definitely a separator in skill, though. It's not like there is not a skill gap for this car at this track. You still have to drive the heck out of them. You have to be smart. You have to know when to take your runs, which lane to run, all that. But yes, just enough that I think it can provide a really great show. The way Michigan races with these cars, I mean, again, I did not think when we started this event that we would be seeing cars running on the high side. I did not think that would happen. We tested a little bit in the pack, and I was running all the way on the wall, just off of it, and it was a usable lane. Did not expect that. So it's played out a lot better than I thought, and again, it makes for a really, really good show. And Ecklet, why are we giving them a warm-up? Let's just go.
Might as well. Like they haven't had enough time, right? Set him loose. Uh-oh, look out. That's going to hurt.
Oh.
Well, now he has no time to get it back up.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
You know, I've been really encouraged by. We have seen a lot of Buicks. Each event, we see more and more Buicks. The Ford's kind of falling behind a little bit, but the Buicks are shining here.
Yeah, David Brown said he was upset. He was upset that he was the only Ford in the top 10 at the end of that race.
I don't know if anything will ever overcome the Chevy. That's just the most popular car. But we'll find out. Speaking of, Buick at the top of the board, Adam Cabot, 41.586, a little bit slower than what we saw in Heat 1 for the pole, with the track temp being a little bit higher, but he'll have Sean M. Butler to his outside. Anthony Krobach there in third. Fourth is Spencer Burns. Timu Doika, he'll start in fifth. Justin Smith in sixth. Derek Fulton will roll off from seventh. Michael Sturgill eighth. Ninth is Maxwell Castro, and Adam Martin rounds out the top 10.
11th, Thomas Lewandowski. Sean Peleg will be in 12th, and Matthew Zwack and Wally Trudeau. 13th, 14th, Cody Webster and the Beefmobile lines up in P15. James Wenger on the outside. Wagner, rather, I can read. He's going to be in 16th. And Tull Owen, Craig Jancic in row 9. Henry Kelleher, Danny Thompson rounding out the top 20. And Dawson Allen at the back of the field. Not sure why Andrew Sanford is here, because he was in the last heat. So he registered, but he is not on the racetrack. Neither is Sean Peleg, though. That could be a problem. Oh, his game crashed on the grid.
Oh,
Just said it in the Twitch chat.
Oh, no.
Well,
Let's maybe get back in here, Sean.
Yeah.
Motel 6, we'll keep the light on for you. Man, that is a real shame right there. So we're a little short here, at least in Heat 2. We had 27 last race. Looks like we'll have about 21. If Sean, well, Peleg's connected. He's getting back in. See if we can add a pace lap for him.
I don't know if it'll let him join, though. It might just keep him in the box.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah, so he'll be stuck either way.
Yeah, because technically he missed the grid.
He will definitely need a caution.
Yeah, so unfortunate there. So
not ruling it out, though. Not ruling out that we don't see a couple of cautions here.
There are lucky dogs. So we do have lucky dogs in these heats. So if we get a caution, he's only one lap down. Guess what? He's right back in it. Pace car is off. Adam Cabot, Sean Butler, your top 2. We take the top 12. Rest will go on to the LCQs later on tonight. The second of our Sim Racing Channel heats is green.
Trouble. Back straightaway. Tull Owen is around. He made contact with James Wagner coming off turn 2. And, well, there's the caution that Sean Peleg needed.
I was about to say that puts him right back into things, and you could see a couple of drivers kind of funneled off of turn 2. I think there were a couple of guys that made contact there, kind of with the outside wall. We'll get a look at it right here.
3 wide coming up off the corner and did not know they were 3.
Yeah, I don't think Tull Owen knew he was 3 because he sandwiched, who was that, James Wagner Jr., right into the side of Craig, and just unfortunate. Thankfully, I don't think he really hit too hard. They do get a fast repair, so he should be okay. He probably most likely can fix the damage if he has any, but he'll go back to the back, and that's a great break for Sean. He could have easily been, out to lunch. Is he back on track? He is back on track.
Yep.
So he'll be fine, but he'll have to go from, instead of starting 12th, he'll have to start shotgun on the field with less laps to do it. But Sean is a veteran of the 87 cars. He's always in the sessions. He's always in the top splits when this week starts. So I'm sure he'll be more than capable of getting back to the transfer spot.
Sean.
Yeah, Sean threw it in there. he wanted that lead.
He did. We see two cars on pit road, James Wagner Jr. and Tal Owen. Again, my heart breaks for Tal Owen and how, or actually no, that was Ryan Andrew who nearly won the World 600. Tal Owen, though, he's been a part of a number of our events. Many of these drivers, that's what I love seeing, is that they come back for these events. Love to see the drivers that just love to participate in this car. And again, we want to showcase that this car is more than just, a car that you run for fun and officials at Daytona and Talladega. These cars are a beast to drive and are fun to drive at a lot of different types of racetracks.
Yeah, I know Landon Huffman had a league, and he would run them at short tracks, and they are an absolute brawl at short tracks. So I personally can't wait for the Bullring Las Vegas Motor Speedway event, just because it's two polar opposite styles of racing, but I know that track and that combination will be a fantastic show for everyone to watch, and it'll be fun to drive. 400 laps around any short track is going to be a lot of work, but I think the people will show up and continue to show up, especially in the off season. We may get some newcomers, which will be awesome. And I think as these events continue, I think we'll keep the popularity, and who knows where the world will take them.
Sorry there, I had to post something real quick.
Oh, good. Man in many hats, Blake McCandless.
It is 1 to green.
How about, by the way, don't these broadcasts look fantastic? Great job by Zach Johnson.
He's all right.
Good graphics, and you're set up well for a lot of racing tonight and a lot of racing tomorrow.
I do like the way the ticker looks with the blue in there. That looks good. Good stuff.
And also a shout out to Splash and Go Graphics, Cosmin Yanishu, I think is how you say it. He designed the logo for the Yankee 600, which is a nice little nod to the original poster. Kind of the font with the American flag mixed in with it. I mean, that's a direct off of a poster from the 1969 Yankee 600 that was advertised and yet never made the full distance. So great job by Cosmin designing that. You can see Splash and Go Graphics right there. Always good for your iRacing needs. Actually, this car right here leading this field was painted by Splash and Go Graphics. Sean Butler leading the field, single file restarts, and we'll see if we can make it past a lap this time. Green flag will come out momentarily. There it is. Butler gets a little bit of a jump here to try to build some space up between he and Adam Cabot, and we are back underway from Michigan.
He didn't quite stack the field up as much as I thought he was going to there. Thinks, well, maybe just some green flag laps would not hurt at all. Here comes Spencer Burns to the inside for that third spot, trying to get around Anthony Crow back there around the outside, but they'll remain side by side off turn 2.
Sean trying to snake draft down the backstretch, trying to cut it away from Adam Cabot. Got about a 4-car length lead, still side by side for third. Crow back a little bit ahead now. Burns, they'll single file out. First battle behind that will be a big gaggle from 10th on back behind Matthews Wack, Maxwell Castro, Adam Martin, both guys who have entered both races that Blake has put on. Thomas Lewandowski, former Coke driver, all the way back here in 11th, but we'll see him cut through the field, I'm sure.
Well, he falls back to 12th now, as on his outside is Derek Fulton right there. You see Cody Webster just behind the 00. He's 11, perhaps on the ticker. He's 00 on your screen. He is the first out, and this is where we've seen most of the battles here tonight, that they tend to go a little single file up front, but right around this 8th, 9th, 10th position, that's where you're going to see double wide. That's where you're going to see guys testing out different lanes, trying to make something happen. You see right there Maxwell Castro, car 27, right up against the outside, and this is kind of where this how you want to run this race changes, Kevin, because last race it seemed like the leaders would pull down to the bottom on the front stretch. It seems like this time around they're more willing to use the top. That makes that outside line more useful in 3 and 4 if you know you're going to get that draft down the front straightaway.
And if Sean Butler is in the lead, he is going to run the wall here in Michigan. No matter if you tell him that it's faster down low, he is going to run the fence down the front stretch at Michigan up against the wall. So that will be something that's going to affect the entire race. You know, when it was in our heat, Cattell, whoever he was battling with, they would go all the way down to the apron, go way below the white line, snake back up to get the apex into the corner, and you'd have to get back, you know, stay in the draft. But this, if you make a pass to the bottom and you do not complete it, you may lose 2, 3, 4 positions if you're 8th, 9th, 10th. So you got to be really careful down this front stretch. You got to be really methodical and calculated with your passes, as we have a potential battle here. Here comes Timu. That's underneath Spencer Burns. That'll be for 4th.
Yeah, Spencer Burns really stacked up that inside line. Watching the back half of that line, they just kept bumping into each other the whole way through. I'm not sure what Spencer Burns did getting down into turn number 1, but whatever it was, it stacked up everybody behind him and it opened the door for Timu there off turn 2.
And a big slide right there, and my goodness, the racing around this transfer spot is just amazing right now. Thomas Lewandowski has fallen back to it. Cody Webster getting involved. Adam Martin is looking to venture up to the top side. So we got a lot going on all over this racetrack. Martin right now trying to use the middle to get the outside of Castro, and he might just be able to do it, but Castro kind of shuts the door midway down the backstretch.
I get a 6-car battle for 5 spots here towards the end of the transfer pack. You got Cody Webster, and here comes Wally Trudeau. Wally Trudeau started in 14th, fell back a little bit on the initial start, was behind Craig Janchik on this restart, got around him just now.
Derek
and they're
Fulton.
3 wide.
Oh, man, did he squeeze that about as tight as you could against the outside wall to get the outside of Adam Martin.
No words. I have no idea how he fit that in there. Like he almost hit the wall. He almost turned Adam Martin, but he did neither. And he just slipped right on by there. Got 2 for the price of 1.
And now he has a little bit of breathing room from that transfer spot, even though he's side by side with Lewandowski. That put him from being in on the bubble from 12. Now he's in 10th. And that could be the difference here as this goes green. You know, track position will be more and more important. You have Adam Martin now all the way up in the 4th groove. And that's what's so nice about this combination, Blake. You can run anywhere on this track if you set up the corner correctly.
Well, and I'm just starting to think that as we continue to go on into the night, it gets later in sim, the track gets hotter. We're starting to see, I think, some more drivers kind of favor that outside. Webster goes way up there to try to make that work, and actually he's going to lose a position out of that as Trudeau is able to just clear Cody Webster. So Wally Trudeau up into the 13th position. But I'm just wondering, with that track heating up, is there any lane that perhaps gets a little bit better as the night goes on?
Well, and for Webster there, I wonder if he just pulled up out of the way, wanted to give that spot back, and now he's going to go right back to work on Trudeau there through 3 and 4. So I wonder if his plan was, all right, I'll give him the spot, and then I'll get him back. Spencer Burns is blocking down the front straightaway on Matthew Zwack, headed to turn number 1.
And Zwack is on a mission. Started 13th. He was 10th on that last restart. He has now made his way into the top 5, and Zwack is a big-time driver in these 87s. Obviously runs Moon Car, and obviously with that, he's always up front battling for the win. A little bit different combination here, but he has a lot of experience in this car. So does not surprise me to see Zwack up front. He was excited to run this. We talked about, me and him talked a little bit before, got some practice in. I think he knows that he has a shot to not only transfer, but to battle for the win tomorrow. So I think we'll see that Stacker 2 machine up front tonight. I think we'll see him up front tomorrow as well.
He's certainly looking to get that thing up front. He's up into the 5th position, and it's made it look relatively easy. We think that everybody's just kind of settling in up here.
Castro! All over the back end. I think that was Michael Sturgill.
It was.
Yep.
Good save from Sturgill. He just ran the fastest lap a lap ago. Ran faster than our leaders. Now he's about to get wrecked. And now he's falling back. Now battling Fulton for 9th. He may fall back to 10th now. Actually, that is a battle for 10th, so that put him in now 10th.
It was a great collection there by Sturgill. It looked like Castro got in there a little hot, and he was running a different lane and kind of cut down. And Sturgill got loose at the same time. So I'd say both drivers kind of slipped up there just a little bit. Great job by Sturgill to save that car. You wonder if the right rear's heated up a little bit as he's now running that third lane. Derek Fulton down there in the bottom. He's made up a couple of spots since we dropped the green flag. Although right now, when you talk about top 12, I mean, the top 12 have separated themselves. Thomas Lewandowski right here, car number 16, is all the way up here at the front or at the tail end of this lead pack. And they're kind of pulling that second pack. They're over a second ahead of 13th, so they've made it easy on themselves. They just have to kind of keep things as is up front, and they should be in a good spot to transfer on.
Well, Trudeau's got an evil race car right now. A couple laps ago, we got up into the outside wall coming off turn number 2. That's the reason they're so far back. They had to check up for him, and he's just leading this pack around, but it just doesn't seem like the speed is there in that one machine the longer we go on. Maybe overdriving the tires a little bit, sucking up the life out of the Goodyears, and that's allowed Danny Thompson to close in. Cody Webster still hanging right in there as well in that beef machine, so I have a feeling it's going to be another lap, maybe even less, before they get by this one car and maybe try and start reeling in Lewandowski and the rest of the top 12.
Battle for the lead has already come and gone. Adam Cabot taking over that spot. I think Sean just let him by, get back in line, kind of save your stuff. And as I mentioned before, Brandon Cattell told me that it is a little bit harder on your right rear to be out front. And I think Sean knows that. He has a lot of practice. When we tested the setup for this car, I think he knows that it's just a little bit easier to save your tires in the draft. So I think that puts the 17 up front as a calculated move. But looking at the positions right now, pretty much everyone in the transfer is someone that started in the top dozen, minus Matthew Zwack. The only driver that started in the top 12 that is not in the top 12 is Sean Pellig. He is 10.7 seconds back from our race leader. He has not been able to keep pace with this pack on this last restart.
You have to hope if you're further on back, you see a little more of what Sean Butler's trying to do right now. Went all the way to the bottom to try and side draft and break away from Adam Cabot. And I think he's showing you how you have to make these passes on the front stretch. Is he going to be able to clear Cabot? It's there if he wants it, but I think he's going to give him a little bit of space here off of 2. And yeah, that just goes to show you if you go for the pass and don't make it, it can make things a lot more difficult for you. And I kind of believe what you were saying a little bit earlier there, Kevin, that, we think about Daytona, Talladega. When you get a car right behind you in these, it gets pretty vicious when you're out front. It gets a little bit loose. Wouldn't be shocked if there's kind of the same effect here at Michigan.
Still side drafting. Oh, man.
And we're starting to see that snake draft. Now that Sean's on the bottom trying to pass Adam, that inside line is starting to snake down towards that wide line. Cut the track just a little bit from that outside. Here comes Zwack underneath Kroback. That'll be for 4th. Timu has the spot if he wants to come up. Not quite. Here comes Kroback on the side.
Oh.
Spencer Burns looks low on the checkup. It'll be 3 wide. That'll be for 4th. Still side by side for lead. Those guys are back. And Timu, what a save if he can hold on to it. Still saving it. He is still sideways. Oh my goodness.
That's incredible. How can you do that in these cars?
I do not know. He went down onto the flat, and, he ran the corner down there. He just flat out drove the whole corner down there.
And he's still only in 7th, so he is fine. His right rear is probably crying right now, but he's fine. You just calm down, regather it up.
Adam Martin, I don't know what he just did, but he missed the corner by a mile going into turn number 1. He now is the transfer spot here. He is P12. He's got a second buffer to Thompson, who's broken away now from everybody behind him. So we'll see if they can close it up here, especially as these tires continue to age and they continue to lose grip as the track gets hotter.
Well, I think one thing that's going to hurt Thompson right now is that Martin is a little bit closer into the draft with Lewandowski. He's about 0.6 back. Danny is about a second back of Adam Martin. So Adam, if he loses touch here with Thomas Lewandowski, that is going to be very hurtful for him. He's going to fall back. I think he's already kind of not handling that car very well, or at least it's not handling well for him. And Lewandowski's pulling away. So if Adam Martin loses touch here with this lead pack, Danny could, I'm sure, reel in Adam Martin very quickly because he'll have that draft.
Yeah, last time by with him missing turn 1 was almost 3/4 of a second slower than Danny Thompson. And I think we'll have to look and see on this lap as these guys still side by side for the first podium spot. That's for third. Last time by, Danny Thompson ran a 43.807. Martin ran an 8.85. So a little under a tenth of a second gain, but we've got 10 laps to go, and he's 0.8 of a second back. So if you do the math and he continues to do that, we might have a battle for a bubble spot here as they're still side by side. That'll be for fourth.
You can see right there trying to set up a pass exactly how you have to do it. Spencer Burns side drafting right there with Krobach, and he's going to get clear. So Burns late in this run kind of doing a little bit of what we saw Matt Busa do, save his tires just a little bit and try to make up some spots. Now Justin Smith not content to ride in line. He's going to try to get by Adam Cabot here on the inside.
And some of this up here in this top 12, they know they're safe. I look at it almost like the duels in NASCAR where you're running around these guys. It's a dress rehearsal for the big show the next day. You're trying to figure out what you can do, how the guys around you react, how the car handles in the draft. Even though you don't have as many cars around you as you will tomorrow, you've still got enough where you can kind of figure it out and extrapolate that out to tomorrow and how that all pans out. So for these guys up here, they may get a little more racy just to see how they compare to the rest of the competition.
I think that's what a lot of us were doing in Heat 1. You know, when we tested to get this set up and the weather dialed in, it was maybe 5 or 6 of us. And obviously with Heat 1 being as large of a field it was, we had 10, 15 guys in the lead draft. And I was just trying to see how it reacted when I was in the third lane, when I was behind other cars in the pack. And I think that's what we'll see with 8 laps to go. I don't think we're going to see 3 and 4 wide racing. I could be wrong. I've seen people do a lot of stupid things at the end of these qualifying races before, but hopefully they don't do that. But Justin Smith, man, he's made his way through this field methodically. Started 6th. He is now underneath Cabot for 2nd. He might be clear here out of 4, sure enough. And it'll be 1, 2 Fords. Here comes another Ford on the inside looking for 3rd. So Fords didn't really show up last race in Heat 1. We might have a podium 1, 2, 3 with Fords here with 7 to go.
Also, Justin R. Smith, I have no clue how to pronounce this. He is out of Wetumpka, Alabama. I think that's how you pronounce that. Wetumpka. I hope that's correct.
Wow.
Right over the lead. Here comes Smith.
He's going for the lead, side by side into turn number 3. Smith goes down to the bottom, Butler up top. So we have this good battle for the lead. By the way, the battle for the transfer is starting to heat up as well. Adam Martin lost touch with the pack, and Danny Thompson has started to reel him in. So we'll keep our eyes up front here, but we will keep our attention on that battle as well. Oh, is it 3 wide as Burns looked to try and take it 3 for just a moment?
As soon as I say they're not going to go 3 wide, Spencer Burns proves me wrong immediately. Oh, and he is sideways off the corner, still trying to save it, bound below the white line. He's going to lose 3rd. He's going to lose 4th, back to 5th. Here comes Krobach. He was battling with him earlier on in this run. That'll be for that 5th position. Here he comes on the 2nd lane. What a save, though, by Burns. He ran the World 600, and he's still sideways, still loose.
It's got to cool them tires off.
I think that was a situation where Krobach recognizes the situation and backed off a little bit, but that was, man, he's still sideways into the corner. Oh, he's drifting.
He's gonna wreck. He's gonna take Krobach with him. And that could open up the door for the transfer spot, too, if these guys get knocked too far back.
No, they both saved it.
Comes Lewandowski down the backstretch to close in. They're still safe for now. Krobach probably not happy having to deal with that. But they're still in. And as we mentioned, this does not affect any kind of starting position. So 1st is just as good as 12th. So as long as you're in the top 12, you are fine.
Well, and Danny Thompson had been reeling in Adam Martin. He's somewhat stalled at about 0.8 of a second back of that 12th position. So I'm sure Thompson driving all he can to try to catch Adam Martin right here. And unfortunately, that car just not driving to his liking right now.
Make it a second. You can see, falling back.
I think Burns is just really settled in now, too, because, I mean, his right rear, I mean, my goodness.
Wonder if Adam Martin maybe was saving his stuff for these last 5 laps, and that's why it looked like that Danny Thompson was gaining time. Not quite sure, but just a guess.
Yeah, looking at corner speed, Danny Thompson is definitely starting to hemorrhage a little bit of time, about mid 140s in the corner.
Oh, Martin hit the wall off of turn 4,
yeah.
though. That's going to give him a chance. He's going to make up a lot of time, and maybe that's all he needs. If he's about a half second back, he can reel him in.
Wait, Kerback disappeared. Kerback fell out.
Oh, he's
No,
back.
he's back.
Going to.
He's back.
His quality was at 65. His ping's at 1,000. Now he's back.
1,500 ping.
My.
Hang on, Anthony Kroback.
Just got to make it 3 more laps.
3 more laps. You see Adam Martin and Danny Thompson is growing bigger in the mirror. This was a gap that was about a second. It's down to about 0.4 of a second right now. We're coming to 2 laps to go. It is single file up front. Does Danny Thompson have anything left for Adam Martin? He's making up some time here on the front straightaway with the draft.
Another 1/4 of a second. He's made up a half second and about a lap in a straightaway. So here comes Thompson, making a late race charge. Tolo, and unfortunately just coming off the pits, he will have to go to the LCQ. But Danny Thompson, this last minute charge, is it going to be enough? Down the backstretch, 2 laps to go, and up front, nothing changed. Justin Smith, your leader.
We'll keep our eyes here and see if anything develops out front. They're side by side for second between Butler and Cabot, but right now this is where we see who will be the 12th driver. Martin is into the fence off of turn 4. Big run here for Danny Thompson. White flag in the air. Here comes Danny Thompson. He'll have 12th at the stripe. Can he hang on to it?
Let's see how much of an impact Toloan plays in this too. That lapped car. He just came off the pit lane. Thompson just has to make it around, but man, he's slow in the corner. Here comes Martin right back to the back bumper.
Martin has a little bit of a run. Thompson will have a little bit of draft. Oh, you can see he's trying to break the draft right now. He goes to the bottom. Martin's going to run in a straight line. It's going to take a lot for Adam Martin to try to make it up. Thompson.
He threw it in.
He threw it into the corner, but I think it might just stick.
Oh, I don't know.
Martin's got to run.
Guys.
But I don't think it's going to be up enough as Justin Smith takes the win and Danny Thompson passes coming to the white flag. And Danny Thompson, your 12th transfer into the Yankee 600.
Woo. That's 2 great transfer spot races.
So that was pretty tame compared to what we saw in Heat 1. You see some congratulations there as Justin R. Smith, car 66, 6 on your screen, and that a beautiful Mark Martin throwback. One of the things I love about these events, all the throwbacks that make their way out here. That's a wonderful Stroh's Light Ford Thunderbird that Justin R. Smith has. He transfers in as the winner of our second Sim Racing Channel Heat. Adam Cabot in second. Sean Butler in third will transfer in as well. Maxwell Castro, Timu Toika, Matthew Zwack, Michael Sturgill, Derek Fulton, Spencer Burns, Anthony Kroback, whose internet barely hangs on, and then Thomas Lewandowski, Danny Thompson, your top 12. They are moving forward to tonight. The rest of these drivers, well, they'll have to go through the LCQ.
Yep, and I believe it's that college internet for Anthony Kroback that probably plagued him a little bit there, but it survived in the long run, and he was able to make it to the checkered flag.
I'll be honest, I have no idea who Justin R. Smith is, but I do now.
Yeah. Ugh. All right, so we will make our way to heat number 3. Let's talk with Sean Butler, who finished 3rd in that heat. You had a front row seat there to a lot of what was going on at the front. Take us through that first or that second heat from your eyes.
It was fun. I mean, yeah, I learned my lesson that leading isn't good. It's very loose out there. But no, it was a good time. Everyone is probably the most boring race of the night so far, but everyone was pretty orderly up front, except a couple were trying to, get some extra spots there at the end. But overall, it was fun. I mean, congrats to Justin. He did a great job saving his rear tires, a lot better than everyone at the front did. And he was able to get on by, almost was able to get him at the end, but I got really loose off of 2, and then Adam went underneath me, and that was that. But but no, it was a fun time. Really pumped for tomorrow. It should be awesome.
Did you learn anything out there for tomorrow that you didn't already know?
I didn't know the rear tires are going to be very unhappy if you have a lot of clean air in that race. So, note to all the people participating tomorrow. But we'll take that, put it in the back pocket, and take that into tomorrow. So overall, got some good stuff. We know that we learned that Timu is a very good car saver in that race.
I still don't know how the hell he saved that. It's too late to go back and get a replay, but I want a replay of that.
I mean, I was looking at it in my mirror and I saw him just sideways completely into 3, and I was like, what is he doing? Then he gathered it back up and he was fine. So he's a hell of a driver, though. It's very early in the morning where he is, so that it makes it even more impressive.
Man, this has been and he still finished 5th. I mean, yep. At the end of the day, he still finished 5th with that drift through the corner. Now, that was Heat 2, but I know looking at the lineup, guys, and I think when the lineup was initially released, everybody was tabbing this heat as the best one, the heat of death, whatever you want to call it, that this was the most stacked heat that we had.
I don't know. I thought mine was pretty, especially when you added Cattell and Malik. I thought, well, this would get a little bit more difficult. But yeah, this, and you know what's funny? I talked to Justin, and his whole motto is slowing in the way, but he thinks he's going to be a legitimate contender in this, even with how many good drivers are in this. So that might be a dark horse pick.
Did he see the roster?
Yeah, I think that.
Wow.
I said despite that.
Wow. So, ye of little faith.
Yeah. He was really good at Monday Night Racing with this combination.
Yeah, I forgot M&R ran this combo.
How could you, of all people, forget M&R?
Yeah, it was season 4. It was before my time.
Yeah, that was pre-Blake and before me.
Wow.
That was, I think it was.
Yeah, it was 27 years ago.
that was the last race, I think, before I started, because I think I called the Road to Glory race an hour before, and then they didn't need me for the big show, and then they needed me.
All right. Well, anyways.
Oh my God.
Sorry,
come on.
I had to do that.
Wow. I was wondering what happened there. All right, cool.
It's okay. We're gonna talk about our races. We've only had like 2 wrecks tonight, so
yeah.
We don't need any other comparisons to other leagues that probably would have more than what we have right now. Anyways, Heat 3. This ought to be fun. I'll see if maybe we can get this rolling a little bit earlier. I know we made the heats a little bit shorter tonight. We were going to try to fit it in. And plus, it's hard to know with the cautions here, because the cautions here take a while, how much time we kind of buffer in for that. But of course, while we have a little bit of a pause, again, one of the reasons we do this event is for charity. All of these events we've done have been benefiting a charity. So if you can, we are running this race to benefit Brad Keselowski's Checkered Flag Foundation. And we implore you, if you can, to be able to donate to that cause. They do a lot of great work for individuals, organizations that help veterans, active military, and first responders. I know Philip is going to hate me for this, but Philip, thank you for your service to our country. Philip, you can see car 109. Yeah, he's in 10th right now in this heat. Thank you for your service, Philip. We salute you and appreciate it. Yep, see. Oh, well, he's actually not on track right now. What a shame.
He's storming his way up to the booth to yell at you for saying that.
Yeah, he's going to fly all the way from California just to come beat me up or something. I don't know.
No, it's not quite as far as it used to be. All the way from Japan. More possible.
Has plate tectonics made them get closer a little bit more, Kevin?
Sorry, I don't know.
Okay.
Sorry.
By the way, Jake, what'd you think of the sounds used in Blake's video?
Yeah, we talked about that before heat number 2, and you know.
Do we want to watch it again?
I mean, we might as well, just in case people didn't see it the first time.
That reminds me when Jordan played the FTF 500.
All right, roll it again.
And second!
I found out I owe $9,600 on the house. So I'm entering the sim race. Pays 20 grand. Think I'd be a good race car driver?
I think you'd be a great driver.
Looks like you're my new competition. You think I'm too nice of a person?
Maybe people should treat you the way that you treat them.
But you'd be hanging out with your Washington crew chief anyway today.
The only way he can beat you is to wreck you.
You stopped racing because people said you were old and washed up. Come back and prove them wrong.
I'll see you on race day.
This is the world's premier online racing simulation. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat from your home computer with the most realistic online motorsports experience you'll find anywhere. Race virtually in the world's biggest events with officially licensed series, cars, and tracks. From the high banks of Daytona to the blistering speeds of Indianapolis, the dirt of Eldora to the world's most legendary road courses. It's all here, and with more than 180,000 people just like you already driving, you'll always have someone to race. Ready to get behind the wheel? Sign up at iRacing.com to get started.
Well, we are back here for the Yankee 600. In 600 miles of Michigan. That will take place tomorrow night. It'll be right here on ftf.gg, on Twitch, YouTube, wherever you're watching. That will we'll get green flag rolling at about 8 p.m. Eastern time as the scheduled start of the race. We just found out we will not be joined in the booth by Sean Butler and Kevin McAdams because of their ability to transfer into the race.
We'll be in here when we wreck, though, just like the Rockingham race. So
yeah, well, I'll be rooting for it.
We'll be on standby.
Yeah, and again, the inspiration for this event, aside from just running this car at this track, in 1969, we talked about it a little bit earlier, the second time that they ran a cup race at Michigan in 1969, they attempted a 600-mile race. Now, they did not get close to finishing those 600 miles because of a bunch of weather that came in. David Pearson was the winner of that race, but they did not go the distance. trying to see exactly what the lap count. It was off the
it was
top
halfway,
of my
wasn't
head. It was 165 laps. So do quick math in your head. That's 330 miles right there in that race. So they were not able to complete it, and then Michigan abandoned the idea of a 600 and left Charlotte to be the only Cup Series race that tried to go 600 miles. So we decided to drudge that back up and see if we could do it here in these 87 cars. I mean, you would think, we just ran 600 miles in our last race. You'd think at Michigan we'd be going a little bit faster than Charlotte, so it may not take as long, I would think.
I think that's how that works.
What do you say? We talked to somebody.
Sure, let's do that.
Depends on who it is.
It's Justin Malillo in the 53 car.
Hey, that's me.
That's Justin. There he is. So, Justin, you were officially picked by Kevin McAdams to win this race.
Oh, God, why did he do that?
He picked you based off of your M&R performance in this car and track combo. He says you were an underdog pick. So, why don't you give us a little backstory on that? How confident are you coming into this thing?
Well, I do like this combination. Michigan's always been a good track of mine in anything that we run, and I really like the 87s. And I came in, I believe, third, almost got second in the last time we ran it in the Monday Night Racing League. So I think the only person who had me beat was SVG, and then I had to back off for fuel saving, so that's why I ended up third. But yeah, it's a really fun combination. I really do enjoy this track. I'm figuring it out now. I've raced maybe 3 times in the last 3 months. Just not been racing lately, and I'm a little bit rusty, but I think I got it up 7th on the board right now, so we're doing all right.
So you watched the first 2. What were some of the takeaways you're going to take from those races and implement into this one?
Just stay consistent. Just don't overdrive the car. If you're there at the end and you're not like overdriving it, you don't have to win the race. You just got to be in the top 12. And you know, my heart goes out to Adam Martin there. It looked like he was in prime position to advance, but it looked like he was also just overdriving the car just ever so slightly, and that cost him the final spot there in that last heat. So just gotta play it smart, you know.
So last thing before we let you go here, what's your strategy for this race? What can we expect the big brain of Justin Malillo to come up with to get him the W in this thing?
I don't know about that. I never ever win, but I mean,
wow.
we're gonna keep it smart. We're not gonna go too slow. We're not gonna be that in the way, and we're just gonna survive. You know, we'll be there at the end, make the top 12, make the big race tomorrow.
Well, that sounds like a plan, man. Kevin's rooting for you big time, as are we. I'm going to send you back down to Jake Poole. I'm sure he's going to have a pep talk with you down there to get you hyped up for this thing.
Jake's also racing.
Well, thank you, Sean.
No problem, man. Go get him, Justin. We're rooting for you.
Appreciate it.
Speaking of Jake Poulin, where's he at in that? There he is. Yeah,
that is 2020 Firecracker 200 winner, Jake Poulin,
in the number 21 Papyrus Chevrolet.
You know who made that car for Jake?
Did you make it?
I did not, but it is a very prevalent designer that is also a designer for a certain famous fan of the 87s.
Is it Cosman?
It is not Cosman. It is Ryan Williams.
Oh.
Who is also...
He's the designer for Junior Motorsports.
Correct.
Wow, look at me.
I did see one filter time car in the last heat.
I like that car. Anytime I see it, I'm always a fan of it. It looks
every time I see it, I'm reminded to replace my air filters.
And they'll deliver it right to your door.
They
you
will.
Actually replace the air filters, or do you just think about it?
I think about it.
Okay.
Best thing, you don't even have to think about it with filter time.
Who's got the best paint scheme? Michael Frisch is going backwards. Shocking. What is he? By the way, it was his birthday yesterday.
Yes.
He turned 56 years old. So happy birthday.
Celebrate it while sitting on pit road and missing the start?
You said piss road, but yes.
Michael Piss Frisch.
But I'm sure he's celebrating. He's celebrating right now. I'm sure he's got the broadcast on. He's just doing a a left front donut here.
I mean, again, he won the World 600. So
He did. He is the defending Blake McCandless 87's event champion. Now what's
it's a
he
mouthful.
doing?
Blake McCandless 87's event I mean, that's a
BMAC 87s.
That's better than calling it a BM event.
Okay.
All right.
What's with this fire suit here? It doesn't match anything. He's got the yellow straps. He's got the red helmet.
And then the purple interior. And there's a patch for a series logo. I can't see what it is. Is it a Cup Series? Like a modern Cup Series? Yeah, it looks like a modern Cup Series fire suit. Whose car is this?
It's Frisch. Can you tell he's wrecking? You can't tell?
Purple.
And he's
Frisch
yelling.
is complaining. Yeah, they didn't flip.
He's trying to flip, and he didn't
He's
flip.
trying to do the Chandler Parsons. That's what he's trying to do.
He's going to try again.
Flip down there. Yeah.
He's going to try to
choose
ramp
the color of the belts? That's actually a good question. Is there somewhere on the paint template for this car where you can color your belts?
Well, I'm sure our producer extraordinaire, Zach Johnson, will go to another car. There it is. See, those are orange belts. So I guess there's something in the template where you can change the belts.
Yeah, you can see this one's black. That's Phillip, I believe, by the way, because he's got the orange interior. And, I mean, big shocker right here. Phillip actually changed his paint scheme. He has reversed the purple and white.
I don't like it.
Well,
I'm used to the purple being
the number just
color.
blends into the white too much. When the purple's on top, the number sticks out, and here it just blends a little bit too much.
Like I said when we were during the break, if it was under the lights, I think it'd look better. But in the daytime, it's a no for me.
Let's see other paint schemes. Can we get a paint scheme check, as we like to say on Bonus Split? How about let's give a call to Brian Blackford in the 33 car, the Northern Speedways car. That is a game that Brian is developing himself. And we've seen screenshots of it, videos of it. If you follow him on his Twitter, he posts stuff about it all the time. And Brian Blackford is producing a video game for us to enjoy down the road. And it's a really good game. It's a fictional tracks, of course, fictional cars, but it looks very fun nonetheless. So Brian's got that sported on the car.
I don't know how many tracks they've built for that game, but it's insane. How many tracks? And they're all very unique designs and just differently shaped and everything. Like there's a couple of like Roval road courses. There's a couple of actual road courses. There's a lot in that game. I can't wait to when I finally get it and download it to see what's in there.
He said he can make a track in that engine in 20 minutes.
Uses the Unreal Engine, by the way.
Unreal Engine, okay.
That's unreal that he can do that.
Wow. You were just sitting on that one.
There's a throwback that is very obscure, and I'm glad my unnecessary information reminded me of it. The number 17 is an Ortho Truck Series throwback, where it has the grass on the bottom. I cannot believe someone else actually thought about that as a
and
scheme.
the chrome numbers in that scheme
that is my pick.
That's Cy Bowen in the 17.
That is
he was a late addition
very
to this
nice
race.
car.
I really like that car, actually. I'm with you.
I had to look up who drove it, but it was Toby Butler in 1995 in the Craftsman Super Truck Series.
No relation.
Sean, darn.
I was going to ask.
Got that out of the way early.
Do the Minecraft pigs and cows on the back of it, do those line up as well?
I don't think they do.
The little stick man with the wheelbarrow also was on there.
I'm trying to get what other paint schemes are on here. Art Reimer is in his world famous number 49 purple, yellow, and green artreimer.com car.
Michael Stroll in the tried and true Wrangler scheme.
Is that a contingency or is that a signature above his number? It is a signature above his number. It's not on the name rail. It is above the number on the door.
Poor Zach. He doesn't have a camera that fits right where we're looking.
He can zoom in.
Box zoom.
He's cycling. He's trying to...
You don't have a zoom button?
He does.
Unbelievable. Ryan Andrew is connected.
His controller isn't working. Oh my god.
I gotta I say Nick
professional.
Dwornik has some interesting colors going on. It pops.
He ran a lot of those
68 car
87
here on the
races.
backstretch.
Oh, there it is. He got a tour. See,
there
right
it
above
is.
the number there.
Art Reimer.
Art
It's in
Reimer.
quotes. So is his name not actually Art? Is it maybe
don't know.
Arthur?
It's Arthur. Goes by Art.
I'm gonna start calling you Shaw.
The more you know.
Now Zach's got to go back and fix that camera. Oh, you see the iRacing thing there on the screen.
He's
How we
got to
doing?
calibrate his controller.
Yeah.
Well, that'll
Pay
be
no
something.
attention to the man behind the curtain. All right, well.
Kevin, Justin Malillo is very upset at you now.
Kevin's muted.
Justin in our booth chat here in the Discord said, "I thought I was your pick, Kevin." So, Kevin already contradicting himself before this race even starts.
Wow.
What do we think of the 94 of our buddy George Balfans Jr.? He has just a chrome stripe along the front bumper of that thing. It's simple, but I'm going to contradict myself here. A little too much chrome on the front of it for my taste.
Yeah. Yeah, the 94, which is actually the 25 in sim, Charles Kramer. I like that one. The old Sterling Marlin, Ernie Irvin looking Ford Kodak machine.
Oh yeah, I never seen that the Kodak film box on the hood of that thing. Did that actually run at one point? Is that a custom? I think that's a custom.
Oh no, we've already got hashtag cancel Kevin in the chat.
Already. Another driver of note in here, Blake. Rockingham 508 pole sitter Daniel Silvestri's in here in the 97.
Yeah, he was really excited to come out for this one. Don't believe he made it out for Charlotte, but he was looking forward to this one. Got to meet him at the Cars Tour throwback race at Hickory a couple months ago. Nice guy.
By the way, good news, Blake. We have a report that you pronounced that hometown correctly.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
Back in that second split, yep, you got it right.
Okay, there we go. Well, golly, I have to look it up again because it was so just. See here on my little cheat sheet, Wetumpka.
Yep.
Wetumpka, Wetumpka, Alabama.
Wetumpka.
Justin Smith says you nailed it.
That's
All right.
That's
Heck
Heat 2
yeah.
winner, Justin Smith.
Yes, sir.
I have typed it in the chat for anybody who is curious to look at how it is spelled.
Wetumpka, Alabama. By the way, did you guys see who just connected to the server?
Why does that sound like, a town that Sam Watson would be from?
Brian BW Double Aught Hicks has connected.
Well, he
He's
ain't
not-
driving in this server.
He's not racing. He's spotting somebody.
Just watching.
Oh, he's spotting Michael Frisch.
Yep.
By the way, speaking of provisional drivers, Jerry Nadeau, if you haven't heard, he will be a part of this race tomorrow night. Again, shout out to Josh Mendoza, who got everything squared away with him while he was visiting Charlotte this week. Josh went down to Jerry's place and made sure everything was good to go with his sim rig. He was having a couple of technical problems he needed to work his way through, and Josh was there to help him. So thank you, Josh, and we look forward to having Jerry Nadeau a part of the Yankee 600 field tomorrow. That will be really cool to have him out here.
That's really exciting, man. I'm very happy Jerry's going to be a part of this.
It'll be Jerry, and we'll announce the other one soon. The problem with scheduling this race on the Thursday before Vegas is that literally everybody's in Vegas Thursday night.
Why would they do that?
Yeah, I don't know.
The only thing going on Friday is Xfinity practice and qualifying, and that's at 8 o'clock
Yeah,
at night.
Yeah, but they're going to go down a day early for Vegas, so they can go to the casinos and the hotels and everything, and
unreal.
Yeah, crazy.
Hey, Blake, I have a question for you.
What's that?
So, we noticed the pole time in this race is a 41.7. Now, the pole time in the previous race was about 0.2 faster than that. So what can you attest to that?
I think these guys suck.
Wow.
And this was supposed to be the stacked heat.
Yeah, really.
Unbelievable.
By the way,
to go into further, so the track temp, is 120 now?
Yes.
I think it was 111, 110 or so when they were running earlier. So there's your answer right there. It's just the track's hotter, there's less grip, and yeah, that pretty much spells it out.
That's all you had to say.
I liked your first reason.
We'll just keep with that.
How about Justin Malillo, Kevin's original pick, P10 on the board right now?
I don't get him in if he stays there. By the way, there are 3 drivers in the 9.8s. Dean Clavitt, Ty Marasco, ran a 9.84 and a 9.86. It's a very close field in the back. 9.96 for Jamie Ritchie Price. He is 13th. He's on the bubble.
Guy we might want to watch around the track, Larry Pace in the 00. Very fast driver. Knows his way around these cars.
So if you were in Heat 2, you dodged a bullet from a field size perspective because we had 27 in Heat 1. We'll have 27 in Heat 3 and only 21 in Heat 2.
And I will say, we scheduled them out evenly. I believe actually there was supposed to be, 28 in Heat 1, 27 in Heat 2, and 28 in Heat 3, I think is how it shook out. So.
And by the way, Jacob, our buddy Dylan Nadwadney has clarified for us that the 94 of George Balfan's was based off of Cale Yarborough's 1979 Oldsmobile.
Yeah, I see it now that I'm looking at it. Yeah, that makes sense.
There you have it. Yeah.
Thank you, Dylan.
Kevin sees it now that he's looking at it.
Good photographer, by the way.
It's typically how it works. You see it when you see it. Yeah.
I'm fortunate enough not to be hard of sight.
Oh,
hard of sight.
Hard of hearing, hard of sight.
Hard of seeing.
Oh, Larry Pace. New time at the top of the board. 41.707 for Larry.
Setting the pace.
I knew that was coming. Jake spares no expense when making the jokes.
Thankfully, there's no Michael Guest sighting tonight, so we have to hear "Be My Guest" about 14 times.
Please stop.
I've been in the Coke broadcast booth, and I still have yet to use that with Michael. I have to pull it out of the bag sometime. There's only one more race, though, and I don't think I'll be in the booth for it, so I'll have to try it next year.
No, use it pre-race. Use it pre-race.
All right, so the field is set. Blake is going over a brief little rundown for the drivers in here. So should we get our picks in?
No, I'm not. I said we don't need warm-up. Let's go.
His brief message was, all right, we're going.
Poor Carson Bowers will have no time to do anything. He probably came in wondering, qualifying's at 9. We'll get some laps in. He will have to start in the back with no practice.
Being thrown
we probably underscheduled these heats a little bit. We probably could have made it like 40-ish laps or 35 maybe.
But it makes sense because if we got a lot of cautions, then
exactly. We timed this out. I haven't anticipated that we would. The last one we had 1 caution, and I think in Heat 1 we had 3. I think sounds about right.
Carson's in the chat said, "Trust me, I'll be fine."
If I wreck, don't cut to me. Well, now I'll be paying attention.
We have technology here that tells you how fast you're going as it's happening.
Yes.
Yep.
So, starting lineup time.
There it is. Larry Pace, 41.707, a little bit slower than what we've had in Heats 1 and 2, but nevertheless, it's the fastest time in this server. He'll start on the pole, a pair of Buicks with Michael P. Frisch to his outside. Nate Stewart roll off third, fourth to Ryan Andrew, who came up, 2 laps short of winning the World 600. James T. Gibson in 5th, Philip McCandless in 6th, Michael Stroll in 7th, Daniel Silvestri. They both tied there in row 4 with an 8:04. They'll start 7th and 8th, respectively. Alex Kolonix in 9th, and James Holzer rounds out the top 10.
Jeff Shell will line up in 11th, Jake Poulin on the outside, then Art Reimer and Gal Chatelaine. Jaden Carter, Cy Bowen, Steve Oliff, Brian Blackford, Justin Malillo, Dean Clavitt, your top 20.
Ty Marasco, 21st. Jamie Ritchie Price will roll off 22nd. Chris Paff, 23rd. Vinnie McDonald, 24th. Nick Dwornik, 25th. Charles Kramer, Carson Bowers, and George Balfans Jr. has his work cut out for him, shotgun on the field in 28th.
Yeah, so 28 cars. I don't know. Maybe just Heat 2 just had a couple of absent drivers or so, and just, every once in a while, last minute, I get a bunch of messages every day that, oh, sorry, I can't make it, or I just got scheduled for work, and I guess all of that just happened in Heat 2, and everybody else about full attendance in Heats 1 and 3. Again, the last of our Sim Racing Channel heats. We will look forward to the Pit Pass Network LCQs. We'll take 12 from here. We will take 2 from each of our 2 LCQs. So we'll have 40 drivers, and then our 3 provisionals will round out a 43-car field for tomorrow. Lights are off on the pace car as it'll dive to the safety pit road. By the way, I made that the Mustang pace car because, it's a throwback race. Why not? Larry Pace, Michael Frisch, your top 2. And we're set for 30 more laps here at Michigan. These 87 cars are ready to go at it. Green flag in the air. Oh, Gibson got a bad restart.
Yeah, he missed the shift, I think, there. They almost died in the back as well. Somebody had to take evasive action onto the apron, but...
That was Nick Dwornik.
And Christopher Paff back there in that 30, the Bud car, he's still off the pace trying to get it up to speed.
I feel like that's a rare mistake from Gibson there. You don't have to see him missing shifts. And, oh, man, there's a bunch of cars kind of trying to get off the wall off of turn 2.
Now, I have a feeling that people are in here looking to see the James D. Gibson that they see in Moon Car, just being ultra aggressive. But, Kevin, I don't think we're going to see that. I think we're going to see a calculated, strategic James D. Gibson tonight.
I tend to agree with you. He's normally pretty clean for the most part. It's not like, he carries it over into official sessions or these big events. He's normally pretty clean. He's aggressive. He was aggressive in the Rockingham heats when I raced with him. He was very aggressive, but I didn't really feel like I was going to worry about wrecking. Daniel Silvestri almost just wrecked. Here comes that Northern Speedway's number 33 of Blind Blackford under him. A bit of an episode for him out of turn 2. But yeah, I think James will be fine. He's not only right now, he's currently in 5th, so he's not really having to worry about racing too hard. But behind him, side by side from about 7th on back.
Look at that yellow back there in the middle of the pack there.
Yeah.
And a couple Dale cars. Got Side Bone in the 17. And then Jill's right there. Yeah, purple and yellow right there. Purple, blue, and yellow.
I gotta say, I'm a sucker for that Wrangler scheme.
Oh, we got trouble in the back!
Charles
Kramer.
Oh, no, Paff almost went into it, too.
Yeah, Charles Kramer in that 94. It was started by Jamie Ritchie Price. He got turned around by Kramer, and that tipped off a couple of them there in the back of the field.
Well, first replay of the race. Let's see what we got. So the Daytona USA car going into 1 right there, the 59. Gets a little bit of a bump from the 94. And around they both go.
Great save.
I think Jamie got out of that okay, yeah.
Kramer did not, though. He went fully around.
Getting right where your tire may not be happy. Although we've seen that, 2 tire sets was probably one more than what we needed for these heats. I mean, if you're Jamie, I think maybe you just come down pit road. You're already in the back.
Oh,
and we haven't.
How did Paff miss that? Sorry, Blake. He should have driven through the door of the 94.
Well, you say, how did he miss it? I'm saying, how did he get in it? I mean, look how much space is in front of him.
I was wondering why he even was something to be concerned about. I guess he went low and then...
Oh, my God!
Oh, yeah.
Why?
That's a Kodak moment if I've ever seen one.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Can't... Now would be the time for the Blake McCandless signature fake laugh for that.
I'll be racing tomorrow, don't worry.
So, there's one taker on pit road here.
That is Bal fans.
George is kind of both of the 94s are coming in.
Bauer stays out despite I don't know if he has any damage, but he was definitely a part of that. Carson Bauer's in the 42. He is now 23rd.
As much.
I think he'll be all right.
Tap there to get him turned around.
All right, well, I just made a lot more work for myself. Apparently, I forgot to limit the tires for this session.
Excellent.
Ooh.
All right, we'll have to keep track of who takes tires. So nobody took tires in this
At least
one.
up at the front.
Nobody at the front. So George and Charles came in. They just kind of drove through. They didn't stop.
I think thankfully the way this is, I don't think that's going to matter too much.
No, I mean, so what I told the drivers is, hey, you'll honor code, and then we'll go back and review if anybody took more than 2 sets. So still 2 sets, even if in the sim it's not doing that.
It's like how iRacing used to be. Take tires every time.
Yep.
That was a fun time, wasn't it?
No.
Yeah, I know.
Speaking of tire sets, I mean, so I haven't set the number for tomorrow.
Well, what's a race run?
How many do we have at Rockingham? 11?
It's hard to say because we've had really green races. I think a fuel run here, if I look at my caps, it's about 50-ish or so. I mean, obviously we have 300 laps, but you don't want it to just be, 6 or 7 or something, because there might be cautions and whatnot. Like, I want it to be just enough that you have to think about it, but it's likely not going to be a factor. And I think Rockingham, even Charlotte, where we were wrecking every 40 or 50 laps, it didn't really come into play. So
maybe nine in the pits. That way it's basically pit every 30 laps.
yeah, like I think something like that's pretty fair. That way, if we get yellows, you're having to think about it a little bit. But if we get some long green flag runs, it's enough to keep you honest, Still waiting on the ability. Ooh, imagine, if we could use scuffs, that would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
So a heads up here, Michael Stroll is on pit road, and he is using a set of tires in that 3 car. So Stroll is already down to his last set of tires for this race.
Well, he has 1 more left.
Yeah, and again, we haven't been anywhere close. I mean, two sets and 30 laps is, that's more than enough. So we haven't even really seen it, be a factor.
I meant that he's down to his last set after this one, but I appreciate the clarification, Kevin.
Hey, no problem, man.
I appreciate it.
Are y'all going to be this cordial when you're racing each other tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll be fine.
It's a long race.
Is that not what you wanted to hear?
It is 600 miles.
I'll be sure to say that if anyone decides to race over aggressive.
No, don't worry. If we do a radioactive for this race, we know half of it'll be Kevin just yelling at people.
Yep.
What, do you have a mouse in your pocket?
Oh.
All right, here we go. Green flag.
Oh, big checkup on the restart.
Jeez.
Blackford jumped out of line, and that stacked the rest of the field. Collinix.
Oh, somebody's spinning in the back.
It's Steve Olaf in the 80.
Oh! Hard hit.
Oh.
No caution. It's off track.
Single car, back of the pack.
Oh, Steve.
Oh, we missed
Yeah,
the
Steve
shift.
missed the shift, yeah.
That's a shame.
Oh, they're not done. They're wrecking.
Saved it
Another one on the
again.
apron.
Dean Clavitt.
Dean Clavitt in the 56.
I guess this is the wild one. The 2 pretty calm first heats, and this one's going nuts.
And Clavitt had no help. That was just a self-spin right there.
James D. Gibson to P4. Gets around James Holzer.
So that stack up, it kind of allowed the front of the field to break away a little bit, kind of form up a little bit. We see single file. We've seen since the first heat. The first heat, everybody kind of ran on the bottom on the front stretch. Now it seems like we've kind of moseyed our way up to the top of the racetrack here in these heats. Again, I think that makes that high line off of 3 and 4 so much more inviting when you know you'll have that draft.
Hard charger of the race so far is Brian Blackford. He is up from 18th to 7th. Currently battling right now with Silvestri.
Another guy who has limited time in this car. I think he slipped in there today and got some laps in. On board, Justin Malillo looking back. He's sitting in 12th right now. He's the transfer spot. Looking back at Art Reimer and Cy Bowen.
Blackford did really well in the Rockingham 508. He pretty much had the most conservative strategy you could have, him and Landon Castle both. And it really paid off for both of them. They ended up, I think, both having top 10 finishes in the race and many laps down.
I mean, they would just stay out until the caution was brought out, and, they just trapped everybody lap down. And, of course, again, 1987 rules, it is hard to get your lap back. in these races.
I mean, if Landon, if something happened to Michael Cozy and Ryan Doucette with the Altus battle for the win, Landon would have won the race. He was right there.
Yep.
Neither of those guys running this time around.
Well, they're in Vegas this time. They got Xfinity practice and qualifying on Fridays, so TV's there, so Dale can't make it. Landon's there.
Is Cozy still in Australia?
Yes, Michael Cozy's in Australia, so he didn't make it either. Oh, Bowen right almost into Art Reimer. That was close quarters right there off of turn 2.
They were side by side for 13th. That's just behind our bubble spot, who is Justin Melillo, who is up 7 spots. He started 19th in that 53. It is somehow made his way up into the bubble spot. Here comes Art Reimer. He's looking side by side with that Buick. Going to get single file for now. But Justin doing okay so far, trying to hang on to that 12th position.
Hearing from Steve, his clutch would not go down 100%. It would only go 80% of the way down when he was trying to shift.
You need 100% of it.
He's parked it for this session, so it looks like he's just going to re-rack, try and fix it, and then come back for the LCQ later tonight.
Sorry, Steve. How frustrating that could be.
See, Jaden Carter's able to get to the outside of Bowen. This is 2 spots behind the transfer. Melillo has it now. Reimer in 13th. This side-by-side battle's for 14th. I think Bowen's going to be able to clear this time, and that brings Ty Marasco right into that. Again, I love that Wood Brothers sit-go throwback. That's always been a great scheme. Even Jeff Burton's cars, like 2002, 2003, really liked the way those cars looked.
Bowen looking to clear himself in front of Reimer. Does just that. What a move.
Nice move. Oh, he might try to get Melillo here, too. And he is. He's going to side draft him into 3. Now, this is going to create a lot of separation between 11th and the rest of the field. So this second pack essentially is the battle for the transfer.
Got a pretty good battle going on for second right now towards the front, but we'll keep it here at the transfer. Oh, man.
Block.
Side, Bowen is all over the place blocking Justin Melillo. Justin's going to come back to the outside. Now Art goes down to help Cy. But Justin's going to have the preferred line through 1 and 2. He might be able to get around him. Cy very loose on the bottom. Justin pushes.
Yeah, I was about to say they both kind of messed up that corner. Bowen got loose, and then Melillo pushed. Oh, and Bowen's loose again. And now Melillo gets
trouble
taken high.
Carson
behind
Bowers.
Him. Off 2, and Kramer again.
Heavy damage to Kramer's car.
All right, Kramer, that's your second.
He's got a broken toe link. I think he's going to have to take a pass repair for that.
That's another case of not
what a hit.
wide off the corner. That reminds me of Todd Bodine's wreck here in 03.
When he got up on his up on the wall.
Yeah, the way Kramer hits that outside wall, it breaks the left front off the car.
Look at this. So the 43.
The 94 had no idea. No idea they were 3 wide. He just kept coming. Bam.
Heads up,
Blake.
Heads up to Ben Easterday for catching that in the back there. We were all paying attention to the front.
Tell you what, man, Ben Easterday is one of the most.
Oh, this is the angle we want.
No, right in the wall.
Oh! Hard hit.
Man, you can feel that through the camera.
Is that somebody needs to make a compilation of all the sim racing and real racing replays when the commentators just go, ugh, a second impact is made.
Well, there's like, what is it, perfectly cut replays on Twitter. Anytime someone like Dale Jr. starts screaming, he just cuts it.
Dale's yelling. Pit road will be busy, as someone likes to say.
I was about to say, how busy will it be? It looks like everybody's going to make their way to pit lane. I was wondering, do you question here 4 tires or 2 tires? I think that's in play here. And after how well it worked for Busa, I wouldn't be shocked if we see a lot of 2-tire takers.
So what does Michael Sturgill do? I mean, he took a set earlier. Is he going to come down and take another one?
Michael Stroll was the one that took the set. So Sturgill should have 2. But I think Stroll should take
Jake Poulin spun out.
Oh, there he is.
Jake Poulin missed his box and spun out.
Kolonix also missed his box. He still hasn't settled in yet. He's trying.
Yeah. The brake bias on this setup is naturally pretty low.
Stroll is out of tires in the 3, so he's done. He cannot take any more. He cannot take any more sets.
Melillo Melillo takes 2. He comes off pit road first.
Oh boy,
that might be a good call because like I said, it didn't seem like the tires wore out that much on the left
Reimer
side.
And Shell doing the same thing.
He's winning this race.
Why did the Phillies pay Reese Hoskins?
sorry, Jacob.
By the way,
hits him in the glove and it keeps going.
Philly fan, Jacob hits.
So also wanted to get another sponsorship in for tonight. We have, if anybody knows or saw Presley Sora win the M&R championship, he was wearing a vintage shirt from that, and B Blaze Vintage has provided some prizes that will be awarded to our top 3 finishers tomorrow night. That through his store, if you win, you get a $100 gift card to shop some vintage racing apparel. Second gets $50, third gets $25. And I posted an example of what he had earlier. He had a Dale Earnhardt crew shirt from earlier. It had the pit crew on there and everything, and there's some cool stuff on there. So thank you to Blaze for providing some prizes to our winners tomorrow. Again, that'll be the top 3 finishers of the main event tomorrow night. But a little something extra to fight for these guys.
Ryan Williams is on his way to the front of the line to enter that. Maybe Landon Huffman too.
Landon Huffman is a connoisseur of vintage racing T-shirts. I think.
Yeah, I've seen his man cave, and it. Yeah,
gets him by the
attest.
box.
I'm sure Brooke would be very upset if she saw how much money he actually spent on vintage racing T-shirts, because they are not as cheap as they used to be.
See, women have, their shoes and, all other clothes. Men just have vintage racing gear.
Nostalgia.
Ricky Rudd, 1998 T-shirt.
Hey, Zach.
Oh, but that's my favorite scheme that he ran.
Can we have a dramatic zoom at one point?
Oh, but he didn't have that ability.
He did. He did it earlier.
I think that was just the camera. Chill out.
Your top 3 are on old or 2 tires. Melillo, Reimer.
There we go.
Yeah.
Look at the chrome headlights.
I can already hear the Fox music in the background. The lights are off on the pace car. It is Melillo, Reimer, and Shell, your top 3 2-tire takers. And we'll see if it works out for him. Melillo in the front of the field, 15 laps to go. Top 12 advance. Green flag's in the air.
Boy, Art did not get going at all, and there goes Michael Frisch to the inside, easily to second. And we're hearing reports of a black flag coming for somebody for passing before the line.
Yeah, past 2 cars before the start-finish line, and yes, he does have a black flag. So that 30 car, that Budweiser machine, will have to serve that under green. Oh, and instead he almost wrecked Dean Clavitt instead. He sent it off into turn 3, but he's going to have to serve that penalty or he's going to get disqualified.
Yep.
Oh, man, Melillo trying to hang on up front. Oh, man. Not going to be able to do it, though. 2 tires not working out for him just yet.
He's going up to the wall.
Talk about duos you didn't expect.
4 wide.
Are they 5?
At least 4, if not 5. Oh, there they go. Oh,
he saved it.
Jeff Shell.
He got hit by Blackford, who had a run on the top. Things are getting spicy in the top 10. Melillo all the way up the racetrack. He nearly tags the wall, but he may have found a lane up there. He gets a heck of a run off.
Gibson! Oh, they all wreck.
That's
Pace is in it.
That's almost the entire top 10.
Oh,
Reimer, they are still wrecking. Bell fans is going through victory lane.
What in the world?
James Holzer.
Gibson thought he was clear. I'm going to put that on the 75. Holzer was on his outside, and Gibson thought he was clear off of 4, and Holzer just barely had a nose out there.
Oh, man.
And the rest of the field piles in. Yeah, Gibson, Reimer, Silvestri.
That's the same move that Derek Fulton pulled back in Heat 2, except they didn't, they were aware of it, But Holzer was there the entire time. He was there through the corner. I don't understand that one. Pace involved, Silvestri. Shell's gonna have to definitely come in. He's got to take 4.
I tell you what,
George?
that's why George wrecked, because he had to swerve to miss it.
I think he's okay. I don't think he hit anything.
I think he kept it off the wall.
Look at this. So watch way ahead of you off the corner there. The wreck's going to happen there. And George has to figure out where to go in the smoke. He sees him coming up, and he whips it around, and does he save it?
Yes.
Yeah, he does. He
goes to victory lane, but
yeah.
He's driving good, right down to the line.
Good job, George.
And that's going to change everything.
Oh, you can see a really good angle of it right here, how clear he was. And, I mean, yeah, James
he was always
out there. Yeah. Justin makes it through. Blackford makes it through. McCandless, Bowen.
So Malillo's going to be P2 after all of that, and we were worried he was going to fall back toward the back half of the top 10.
Now
Gets a lot of those spots back.
He is taking his second set. He's also just took his fast repair. Holzer in the pits. Shell's in the pits, taking his final set. Reimer taking his final set. Jamie Ritchie Price taking his final set.
I feel
this
bad
is
for
pretty much
Art,
it.
man. Art was having a really good run going. He had nowhere to go in that. He slid through his stall, unfortunately. He was having a great run. Not out of it yet. He got his fast repair, but this definitely doesn't help his cause at all with 10 to go.
Well, you talk about, like, we have not had all night any kind of sense of urgency unless you're pretty much in the transfer spot. Now we're going to have 5, 6, 7 guys who probably thought they were a shoe-in to make this race as long as it stayed green, trying to carve their way through the field. I hate to say it, but I think we're going to have another cautions breed cautions type of event here with these guys trying to cut through the field. The one benefit with this track being so wide, and, you know, they have the ability to go to the 3rd or 4th groove, we'll see 3 and 4 wide racing, but it's going to be really dicey from about 8th to 10th on back.
Jacob?
Don?
Something happened in the...
the Phillies are a train wreck. I turned that game off. Bad defense.
Sorry.
Keith Hernandez is laughing somewhere. And Reese Hoskins better not play another minute on the baseball diamond.
Oh, no.
I just realized the matchups for the NL is basically the West against the West and the East against the East. Interesting. Yep. Interesting how that played out.
Zach Johnson.
It's early.
Zach is typing aggressively in the booth chat here. Oh.
What does it say?
Zach's just being Zach.
Oh, trouble.
he comes across as what? And you guys can't hear Zach. We do. And when he's aggravated. He told me I'm doing great in the most sarcastic way he possibly could. Unbelievable.
I didn't hear that sarcasm.
I did. I can sense it.
I'll say I don't think he said a word all night.
All right, so we will get going once again. 9 laps to go when we take the green. Michael P. Frisch has cycled through the lead. We have a whole bunch of new players up in the top 10.
Larry Pace stayed out despite being in that wreck.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of damage to the right front, but I don't think it's too terribly bad. 9 to go here.
So did Silvestri. He stayed out as well, and he is right behind that cutoff. So we'll see how it shakes out. Green flag back in the air, and it is going to get desperate here outside the top 10.
Stewart got into him, and they're still wrecking. Chat lane, look out. Oh, they're still wrecking.
Is that Paff
is around again. Yep.
Caution.
Who was that? That was Ty Marasco in that Wood Brothers Sitco car that we were just talking about. It looks like he got
Stewart.
Yeah, he got all 4 tires beneath that banking and kind of washed back up into the second lane, and Stewart did not check up for him. And boy, that's another bunch of cars that get wrapped up in that one that probably were just in that first wreck. We'll see it right here. Stewart's able to get a great restart, goes around Michael Stroll. And watch the 21 car.
Yeah, that inside line, I think when they repaved it, they actually measured the banking. It's about 3 degrees less of banking on that inside line. And in iRacing, for some reason, the more banking, it's way more grip than in real life. And if you go down there, you are in no man's land. And he just pushed up right into Nate Stewart. Stewart had nowhere to go. Stroll had nowhere to go. I think he got clipped by Bell fans as Bell fans was trying to get around it, and just an unfortunate bystander and all of that. Yeah, that's just a tough spot he put himself in there, being on that bottom line. Nothing really he could do.
Oh man, that's rough right there. And again, this cuts out time that they could be making up spots. This continues to make this race shorter and shorter. So you only have to get more aggressive. Again, there is one green-white checkered attempt in these heats, just one.
Is it point of no return, or would Ben throw a caution if a wreck happened?
The way the rules are written, he would throw the caution.
Okay. By the way, shout out Brian Blackford. He has now made his way up into second from 18th. Justin obviously playing the strategy call, which has worked so far. He is in third, up 16 spots as well. Cy Bowen in the 17, up 9 spots. George started dead last. He's currently in 10th, up 18 spots. So this race definitely more of a shuffle than the last two for sure, especially with that big wreck. But anything's possible. We're gonna have 5 to go here.
One thing with Bell fans, though, he tagged the wall again off of 2 to miss that wreck again and got a little bit of damage on the right rear. So you have to wonder if that starts to become a factor. If he's maybe a little bit hurt by that damage. Heck, I'm looking at I'm trying to look at his steering wheel and see if he's having to turn a little bit more, but I don't really notice anything that's out of the ordinary. But he still may be struggling a little bit.
One benefit is he has some drivers that have faced some adversity. Silvestri was obviously in that big wreck a handful of laps ago. Poulin should be clean. Bauer should be clean now that he's most likely gotten his stuff fixed. But Barasco obviously was just involved in that. He's in 14th.
Feel for Chatelaine. It's always likes to run these cars. He's on pit road right now.
Yeah, I think he's attempted both 400s, both Firecracker 400s. So he always shows up to these big shows.
Well, man, this sets up quite a sprint here to the end. 5 to go in scheduled distance when we take the green flag. And, boy, some drivers are going to have to get up on the wheel if they want to get through in this heat. Now, of course, Pit Pass Network last chance qualifiers are coming up just after this. We will take 2 from each of our LCQs that will run at 10 o'clock and see if we can maybe make the other one like 10:40 or so, because it's only 20 laps, so we may be waiting around a bit, so we'll try to speed it up a little bit. But shouldn't be too contended up front, but we'll have to look back to that 12th place transfer spot that currently Jake Poulin is in possession of. Frisch, Blackford, Melillo, Pace, Andrew, your top 5. And we'll be set. 5 to go here from Michigan. Good launch for Frisch. Oh, Belfans is hurt. Either he missed his shift or he is hurt.
That'll stack up everybody behind him.
Yep.
Oh, he might be okay. I think he's all right. He's holding off Silvestri pretty well. Here comes Poulin. Has a big run underneath Bowers, or over Bowers. Here he comes 3 wide, possibly. Silvestri going to block it.
And Pooling going to, in effect, shove Silvestri up the road. Belfans looked to be okay. I think it was just a shifting issue that he had. So right now, Poulin is your transfer spot. And now it is Belfans right now as Poulin goes all the way down to the bottom to try and break the draft. And can the 94 hang on for 4 more laps? Oh, Gibson gets into the back of Bowers.
Oh, he's right on the left rear quarter panel of that car.
He hit him on entry, but he looks to get under him off the corner. Now Gibson going to go to the bottom 3 wide. He hits the 42 on the straightaway. That's Bowers. He hit Marasco into the corner. And now Gibson on the bottom going to throw it 3 wide, and he is skating there on the bottom.
Here comes Kolonix also trying to follow Gibson on this inside line. 2 of the most aggressive drivers on this side of the service trying to cut their way through the field. Going to be 3 laps to go this time by. Do they have enough time? Balfan's being hounded on his left rear quarter panel by Gibson. And Gibson going to throw it in. Here comes Kolonix as well to throw it in. And Balfan's just hanging on that outside line.
Yeah, I think Gibson's now the line.
Just has a little bit fresher tires, just Gibson, and I think that's helping him right here. See what Kolonix does here in the 3 and 4. He's going to get clear of the 94. And George is just going to continue to fade on back. I think that damage is really hurting him.
And Poulin might be in trouble here. Right now, 11th. Here comes Gibson looking low. That'll put him in a tough spot if Kolonix can also threaten. They're 3 wide behind him for about 16th on back.
Oh, boy.
But Poulin going to have to worry about not only Gibson, but here comes Kolonix as well.
Klavitz around! Art Reimer! Oh, they are piling on in.
Nick Dwornik.
They're still wrecking.
Jeff Shell, Vinnie McDonald. That's a big one.
Klavitz got tapped. Or rather, tapped Bowers.
God. There are some ARCA breaks from hell in this wreck.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Goodness.
Yeah. They just kept on coming and kept on wrecking.
All right, let's find the origins of this one.
Oh, Vinnie McDonald
Right
might be a good candidate to look at as a cockpit view. He just he came soaring in. There he is.
That 43.
Oh, man.
That's a good camera view right there for all that happened.
Gets it all.
All right, well, Blake, what do you do if you're Michael Frisch?
I mean, if you're Frisch, you stay out. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. If you're in the top 5 here, you just maintain what you got.
Oh, my God.
Oh.
If you're Jake Poulin and you just saw James D. Gibson pass you as quickly as he did, and you know that everyone just wrecked, do you go on the offense instead of, letting a bad restart control your destiny? Because Kolonix is faster on these new tires.
What about the guys who took 2? I mean, what do you do if you're Justin?
I think they're fine.
If you're in the top 5, you're fine here. I mean, I don't think you have to worry.
Unless you miss a shift, you're fine in the top 5.
Phil?
Yeah, McCandless, no.
Oh,
he just
Phil almost threw the race away. He wanted to be a multi-time winner.
Okay, so George, he's on the outside. He has a set. Yeah, so pretty much everyone who's behind this pack that has a second set left on pit road, they're going to take it right here. Belfans, Richie Price, Dwornik, a couple of others.
A lot of guys that were in that wreck stayed out. Shell stayed out.
Well, at this point, you might as well, just in case. Because if they wreck on the last lap, you can still get some spots out of the deal. But they have to wreck on the last lap in order for that to happen. Otherwise, you're throwing away any shot you have.
Do you think they're done wrecking? I don't think they are.
I doubt it.
I hope they at least make it to the white so we can finish this under green. But they can pile them on up once the leaders take the white flag.
if you're liking what you're seeing, give us a yup in chat.
All right, I just had to talk to our race control Ben Easterday for a second.
Oh, Brian
doing a great
Mercurio's
job,
in the chat.
by the way.
Shout out to Ben Easterday.
Big fan.
Justin, it's all right. You got plenty of room. Just get to the end.
Shouldn't he be racing, not chatting?
I was doing the same thing, just watching the broadcast under yellow.
I tried to influence Justin pitting there to cause some chaos, but he did the right thing.
I know Larry Pace has damage, but he's been holding on pretty well to that third spot.
Did he get his fast repair?
Larry Pace did not pit after that wreck.
Yeah, he did not pit after they all wadded him up.
Which looks like it might have been a really smart decision because a lot of these guys in the back have just now gotten to it.
Go ahead and say it, Jake.
Sorry, setting the pace back there? What?
Would you say his car has not lost any
Oh no, they just wrecked! Holzer just wrecked!
Oh my god, they're piling in! Jet lane!
Ty Marasco just got wrecked by James Holzer under caution.
What are they doing? What are they doing? He wasn't paying attention. He pulled out at the last second and still got into him.
Don't text and drive, kids. Yeah.
Nowhere to go. Holzer, EOL.
Yep.
Now, he was 16th before that. So he's going to lose about 10 spots.
That in our community is called an O'Neill moment.
Certified Tyler O'Neill moment. My bad.
So
I was
Marasco will keep his spot, but he has a bunch of damage now. We'll take a look at it one more time. You see the gap that he builds up. He's probably on his phone, on his Snapchat, texting his girl, telling him, "Hey, I'm about to have a great restart," and then this happens.
It's about halfway down the backstretch.
Yep.
I mean, if you're distracted, just pull out a line for a second.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, man.
He did. He pulled out a line, but he pulled out too.
Oh, and shadow lane again. Just nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go.
It's like those videos of those truckers when they text while they drive, and then they look up, and then they realize it's too late.
Can we get an onboard of the 31?
And this, folks, is why you have a dash cam. Oh,
This
poor
is why
Jill.
you put your phone away. I mean...
Remember, people, it can wait. All right, let's get an onboard here.
Here it is.
Slowly but surely. Well, they checked up too. There was a small checkup there.
No, don't try to. No.
I mean, there was a pretty vicious checkup
I'm
right
just
there. But if he's
presenting
paying
all the
attention, that
information.
probably
Pedal
doesn't
is
happen,
the one
yeah.
in the middle. Yeah.
And that's why you stagger until you have to go single file.
What if you have two pedals, Jacob?
Well, then it's the one on the left.
Okay.
All right, well, here we go. Green, white, checkered. If we make it to the white, we'll see it through to the end. Fresh black for Malillo, Pace, Andrew, McCandless, your top 6. Let's see if Jake Poulin can hold on to that 12th and final transfer spot. If they'll have to go to the LCQs. Green flag in the air. So far, so good throughout the field.
First to duck out of line is Michael Stroll back there, trying to get to the bottom.
Jaden Carter is off the pace.
Yeah.
Was in 9th, now worried about losing another spot. He's now on the bubble, or he's in 11th. Here comes Poulin low to take over the 11th position. Kolonix right behind them. And he's going to look low as well. Jaden Carter on the bubble as we speak.
Oh, they're wrecking behind. They're wrecking behind. Pathfinder
Side Bowen gets turned, saves it. Oh, they wreck again.
Oh, huge.
No
Still
caution
green.
yet.
Coming back down in front of traffic. Last lap. Kolonix is the first one out. He's got to get to Poulin.
Kolonix is in.
No, Jamie Ritchie Price is 12th. Here comes George Belfans Jr. in the middle of 1 and 2. Belfans has fresher tires. They both have fresh tires.
Great call from Easterday to let this race end under green.
This is it. This is the transfer right here. Does Jamie Ritchie Price move forward, or does Belfans or Nick DeWarnick make a move?
Valfans takes the top. This could work.
He's going to have a huge run.
Oh, he got tight. He got tight. He wasn't able to make it stick. Michael P. Frisch will win, and Jamie Ritchie Price, your final transfer in.
Oh, no, Gibson. Oh, my God.
Oh, terrible crash.
Oh, no.
No. Terrible.
Well, now he's going to have to go to a backup.
You may need a replacement driver.
He's going to need a replacement driver.
I think multiple people have to enter concussion protocols after that.
It's an 87 car. It's not a next gen.
So, can we go back and look at that contact there with Kolonix on the last lap, or coming to the last lap?
Kolonix is upside down.
Yep.
Sad.
Or not Kolonix. Gibson was the contact with Cy Bowen.
Here's the restart. So Jake Poulin in that black 21 was the cut line, right? Believe so.
Oh, Cy almost saved it.
Was Poulin, so it just broke down at this point here.
Yep.
So Alex Kolonix in the 22 there. This is the restart.
It is between Gibson and Bowen in turn 4. Bowen gets a little bit tight off of turn 2. Here comes Silvestri low. Gibson, obviously on the newer tires out of this bunch, gets a really good run through the middle of the corner. Doesn't go quite to the seam and just runs over Bowen.
Just overdrove it. And nowhere for these guys to go back here. Hard hit.
And here they come back down
into traffic.
Wow.
Most of them made it, but
Shadow Lane again.
Contact.
That sucks.
And you had the 21 of Marasco that got turned around behind these guys in turn 3 coming to the last lap. That was the first contact that I saw.
Tyler Gary not wasting any time in the chat. Seen that before.
Well, if you were worried about getting the Moon Car version
a little bit further
of James D. Gibson, he did cause 2 wrecks tonight.
We got the Moon Car version in the second half of the race.
Half got into him here, I think, and just that 21 off the pace a little bit. Just goes down and
just ran over.
Got run over by Paff, and then he comes around and gets involved in this wreck here off 4 anyway.
Massive bro.
Oh yeah, and then Michael Frisch won.
And then here's the
Melillo third. Oh, and here's the.
Oh my God.
It's after the flag.
You don't like to see anything like that happen, especially after a race like this.
Or on purpose.
Well, all right. That's
results. There they are.
Michael Frisch, Brian Blackford, Justin Melillo, Ryan Andrew, Larry Pace, Nate Stewart, Philip McCandless, Daniel Silvestri, James Gibson, Jake Poulin, your top 10. Kolonix and Jamie Ritchie Price will join them in the Yankee 600 tomorrow.
Everybody else will be in the LCQ here a little bit.
Well, he's down there, so I guess we'll talk to our winner. Frisch, you gave yourself a nice birthday present. You won. How are we feeling?
I was feeling pretty good. That was a...
All right, that was Michael Frisch.
and he didn't start from pit road.
I'm just kidding, Frisch. You know I would do it. So you dominated the whole thing. Looked like no one really had anything for you. So, and now I noticed this in the second heat. Did you notice it was considerably looser out front than everybody, or am I just bad?
No, you are absolutely right, because I felt the same thing. I didn't actually want to give up the lead, because when it's just driving off the right rear the whole entire time, which actually I like compared to driving off the right front. So I wasn't giving up that lead any chance, because I was just getting a good exit every time and not plowing tight. I didn't even plow tight, not once. I was like just driving a balanced car. It was so fun.
So you're in. You don't have to stress out about watching the LCQs here.
I had Hicks in my ear, and
what was Hicks doing in there? Did you tell him to go in there?
Yeah, he wanted. He spotted for all 3 heats.
Did he spot? Who did he spot for in the first 2?
Chandler, and then he spotted for Zwack.
So he spotted for Chandler, and Chandler flipped multiple times.
Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. Well, we'll see him in the LCQ. He'll get it done here. Hicks is gonna try to get him in.
You said that like it was his fault.
I don't know.
Well, Hicks is kind of occupied with the baseball game, I think. So, yeah. I made it pretty easy on him by just having the lead. But we look forward to tomorrow. It'd be pretty cool to go back and back. But I know there's some tough competition out in those other heats. I was studying him. And we got our eyes set on tomorrow.
There you go, man. Well, congratulations. Happy late birthday again. If you haven't wished Michael P a happy birthday, do it in the chat right now. But congratulations. 57 years old, man. You're up there.
Whoa! Hey. But no. Can I give you my tire heats? Not my heats, but my percentage on that last run?
If you must.
Just to put in this perspective how much I was driving off the right rear. 90.
All right, that's Michael P.
Wow.
All right, I'm sorry.
That was Blake that time.
I knew that was Blake that time. He didn't want to hear it because I'm just better. But 95-87. That was fun.
I'm glad you had a good time first.
And I just, yeah. And you know what? Let me talk, Sean.
Oh my God.
Blake, thank you for putting on another amazing event and announcing that another 80-7 event is coming. That's gonna be something. And you know, sucks that you can't be in these with us because I know how much you want to run with us, but we'll put on a show for us.
Hell yeah.
All right, Sean, you can talk.
All right, thank you, Frisch. We appreciate you being here. Good win.
Thank you.
I'm bringing up the heat results just to make sure that everybody, when we connect to this next server, is in the right one. Again, in the description, both of them say connect if you're in an odd position. LCQ1 is for odd positions. LCQ2 is for even. The passwords will work. The odd password will work for the first one. The even password will work for the second one. So just make sure you're connected to the right one. And if there's any confusion, we'll halt it for a second, make sure everybody is in the right server, which from this race would be George Bell fans, James Holzer, Vinny McDonald, Charles Kramer, Michael Stroll, C. Bowen, Ty Marasco, and Art Reimer. I should probably save the replay from this race. That'd probably be a good idea.
No, you don't have to do that.
Well, I saved all three.
Well, good, because I haven't saved any of the last ones. So
right,
if I need it, I got you to fall back. Yeah,
got all of them from the heats. So.
All right, so that is the Sim Racing Channel heats. All three are done. We still have 2 LCQs to go to find out the final 4 drivers that will round out the grid. We'll be right back for the Pit Pass Network LCQs right after this.
I found out I owe $9,600 on the house. So I'm entering the sim race. Pays 20 grand. Think I'd be a good race car driver?
I think you'd be a great driver.
Looks like you're my new competition. You think I'm too nice in person?
Maybe people should treat you the way that you treat them.
But you'd be hanging out with your Washington crew chief anyway today.
The only way he can beat you is to wreck you.
You stopped racing because people said you were old and washed up. Come back and prove them wrong.
I'll see you on race day.
And second! Welcome back here to Michigan. All right, having some fun during the break. In the meantime, we're here for the LCQs for the Yankees 600. Yeah, that's about as much as I got. Full house in the booth. Blake McCandless, who's not here right now, but will be right back. I'm Jacob Hitz, Kevin McAdams, Sean Butler here with us. Zach Johnson is our producer for tonight. And, well, we're about set to go here soon for these LCQs that are brought to you by Pit Pass Network, Pit Pass Network Last Chance Qualifiers. And all we get is 20 laps in each. The top two make the show. Everybody else is going home empty-handed.
You know, I just want to say, I hate the Yankees.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I hate the Braves, but you know what? We can't have everything.
You know, the baseball team, the Yankees.
And the baseball team, the Braves. Yeah, I'm familiar.
Go Guardians.
Hashtag guard up.
No bias at all there for Ben Easterday, our admin.
Let's say go Cardinals, but our playoffs lasted about 26 hours.
It's okay. It's okay, Kevin. At least you're not a Mets fan.
At least I'll know they'll win the Central again next year. And the year after that.
Yep.
Sean, why are you in here as a driver?
Am I?
Yes.
Yes.
You can be the rabbit for everybody to chase.
No, I'll just stay up here. I hit watch. I guess I did it wrong.
Yeah, it had the letters R, A, C, and E in it.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
We live in a society.
I would sure hope so.
My chat has been disabled. Hey, it's Justin Melillo. Hey, Justin.
Hi.
So you took the two-tire strategy in the last race, and it paid off, man. So how was the car feeling? I was curious. I haven't been on two tires at all in this setup. So were you loose? Were you all over the place? Was it good?
The very first.
Oh my God!
Mother of God! Enough.
Unbelievable.
I didn't do that.
Well, I don't want to tell you anymore.
I didn't do that.
All right, fine. It was loose. It was very loose. I was struggling to find the grip there on that very first cycle, but when we got the caution right away, I was able to get the heat in both tires, and it was fine after that. I held on to. I let Blackford go on the next restart because I knew he was going to be a little bit faster than me. And then Larry Pace had damage behind me. I knew if I just could hold it in front of him and not get any looser, I would have been able to advance forward, and I did. So P3, let's go.
So based on your experience with the tires, would you say it's a viable option for the race if need be?
For a better driver than me, yes, I would say so. I think we saw it play out with Busa earlier in the first heat. So I would say that, you know, late race decision, it definitely could be a strategy.
Well, man, we're happy you're in. I got to say that it is a absolute pleasure to have you participating in the race tomorrow.
I look forward to participating in the race tomorrow. I love these cars, and I do love this track.
Now, what are your thoughts of the New York Yankees?
Yeah, let's go Yankees.
All right.
Come on, this is the Yankee 600. Let's go Yankees.
Careful.
I just wonder, like, isn't it? I mean, a race would have never been named a Yankee 600 nowadays or whatnot. I just wonder. I don't know. There was just a Michigan race. They're like, you know what? We're just a bunch of Yankees up here. Let's just call it the Yankee 600. You know, just what promoter thought of that? You know, I mean, it's cool because it's unique and I like that, but I just feel like, you know, something that wouldn't happen today.
Thank you, Blake.
Yeah, and by the way, if you are racing in the second LCQ, we're going to try to get things going a little bit quicker, so we may not wait all the way until 11 to get that started. We'll try to start it a little bit earlier, so maybe like 10:30, 10:40, depending on how this race goes. We'll try to get the green flag and qualifying of that second LCQ going a little bit quicker. So if you are listening, you're in the second LCQ, yeah, we may not wait until 11 to get going, because if everybody's in there and we're just waiting around, we just go ahead and need to run it so we can all go to bed.
Got a report from Pit Road.
Really?
Brian Hicks has somehow snuck in here and is spotting George Balfans Jr. in this race now.
He is now performing quadruple duty tonight.
He is spotted in every race so far.
Really?
Yes.
Man, he needs to get a hyperextended knee more often.
Did he hyperextend his knee?
I think that's what he told his job.
Oh.
Wow. Okay.
Interesting.
Man, I thought he caught the bird flu.
He's pulling quintuple. He's spotting Chandler in the next one.
Oh man.
We already spotted for Chandler back in Heat 1, so he's just reuniting there. But
well, look how that happened. His car flipped.
Yeah, Hicks isn't doing a very good job. I mean, besides Frisch, but he didn't have to do anything because Frisch really just dominated the race. So he might actually have to spot in this one, depending on how George does.
He had to pass me that one time.
So I think excluding Sean M. Butler, we have 15 drivers in this race.
Yeah, don't pay attention to me. I'm not here.
Only the top 2 will advance, so just 2. And right
got
now,
a smaller number. Sorry, Blake. A smaller number of guys in this race, but you know, considerable less as far as who advances here too. You only got 14 guys racing for 2 spots, so a lot of people are going to leave here on the outside looking in.
Well, I mean, how many times tonight have we been focused on the battles for 12th? You know, we're finally going to be really zeroed in on, you know, this battle up front, the battle for the lead, because that's what matters. And look, everybody has run their qualifying laps, and then Sean Butler's just sitting here in the server not running his qualifying laps.
I hit ready to race.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, ready to race, not spectate.
By the way, shout out to Seth Eggert for live tweeting this event.
Yes, of course, as always.
Fan.
I'm sure he's had a lot to tweet about.
He's been going.
Yeah.
He's been tweeting.
Especially that last heat.
Oh yeah, I'm sure last tweet was pretty eventful. on the Twitter
Last
sphere.
Well, you said last tweet. That's why. Whatever.
I love that when I do that fake laugh, I can hear it in Kevin's microphone.
I've tried to fix that. I've come to the conclusion that I can't.
I mean, listen really clear.
My God. It's very loud.
Oh.
All right, well, qualifying is wrapped up, and it looks like our pole sitter for our first Pit Pass Network Last Chance qualifier. Sorry, I gotta make an announcement here.
Okay, thanks, Blake.
Man,
I don't know why I put a warm-up. I don't know why I put a warm-up session in there.
Probably
know,
just
man.
in case things.
Yeah, just in case things went sour, you know. But I mean, I'm pretty much just skipping right through it. So. Oh wow, geez, look at the sky. It changed a ton.
It is a lot cooler in this session than the other ones. It is 4:15 p.m. and then the track is only 102 degrees. Interesting.
Yeah, look at that. Well, make your notes for tomorrow. I think the starting time in Sim tomorrow is 1 or 2, I think. So it's going to be closer to where we'll end the race. It'll be like Rockingham. I think the track will change a little bit. Well, there's your starting lineup. James Holzer, Michael Stroll, Sean Pellig, Toll Owen, Cy Bowen. Did you say Cy? We've been saying Cy all night.
Yes.
Okay, good. Cy Bowen, Noah Carmichael, Art Reimer, Malik Ray in 8th, Adam Martin 9th, and Ty Marasco, your top 10. Lane Tidwell, George Balfans Jr., Charles Kramer, Andrew Sanford in 14th, Sean M. Butler inexplicably listed in 15th, and Jacob Williams right now in 16th, but I don't believe he's in the server. So I think we just have 14 here for 2 spots.
I missed the grid.
Malik Ray is in a completely different car than he was for his heat.
Incredible.
He was in the 051 Rowdy Energy Monte Carlo. He is now in the YJE Sports number 7 Monte Carlo. So a very quick sponsorship deal for Malik for this LCQ.
Malik wheeling and dealing between races. You love to see that.
Look at that.
Got it wrapped between heats.
Media Group.
All right. Well, man, I think that this is going to be good. We see a bunch of guys who are desperate. James Holzer, I mean, he would, in all likelihood, be in if it wasn't for his mistake down the back straightaway. Under caution.
And James D. Gibson.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, there's that.
I have already received a number of messages about that situation, but, you know, I would be a hypocrite in the rule book, and I've done this intentionally for these events. We don't have a rec score. I am intentionally lax about policing wrecks and fault and, you know, oh, we got to penalize this guy because he wrecked somebody. If you want to get somebody back, get them on your own. Like that's my philosophy, is if somebody's being, you know, whatever, and you think you got to take care of them yourself. I know that's easier to say, you know, if you're in the race and not if you got wrecked out. But yeah, boys have at it. That's kind of my thing. All right, James Holzer, Michael Stroll, your top 2. We'll restart right now. Green flag is out, and we are set for 20 laps. Again, 1 set of tires. No fast repair. Jesus, Kevin.
I tried to turn my sound up. I apologize.
Wow.
I'm low-key disappointed that Philip McCandless isn't in here to just intentionally wreck somebody.
Oh, the wreck rate just got turned. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, they're still wrecking.
Another one. Ty Marasco and Lane Tidwell.
Sanford did it as well. There's another one. Yeah, Balfans. Man.
That was fast.
And Marasco just stacked him up right there with Malik Ray and Balfans there.
And there's no fast repairs.
There's no fast repair, so that takes out about 5 cars.
Yeah, Malik's done. He's smoking.
Brand new car and everything.
Yeah, really.
What happened here?
That made it a quarter of a lap.
I think Ty just gets into the back of Malik.
Well, he may have gotten pushed by the 94. that he's just kind of stuck in the middle.
Yeah, he can't really lift.
Man.
Yeah.
Just lifted the rear end of Malik's car off the ground. There's nothing he can do.
Right.
Lane Tidwell is upset.
No, he's not happy.
Lane Tidwell throwing some expletives in the chat.
Well, I'm sure some of these guys, I mean, they got done at about 7:30 with Heat 1. They sit around for 2.5 hours, and they don't even make it a corner, and their chance to make the Yankee 600 is just done. I mean,
Tidwell just... Oh,
wow.
Tidwell just got hooked by Marasco there right at the very end.
Oh. Andrew Sanford does a 720 and doesn't hit anything, so he'll be fine. Gets some 4 freshies, and he'll end up now, and honestly, a decent spot. I think he's in 10th now. So Sanford will be okay, despite missing his heat. Yeah, he'll be 10th.
Man, that's such a shame. And again, this isn't a situation we've seen a lot through our events. Rockingham, and I mean, obviously we didn't run heats for the World 600, but we've had a lot of really good, clean racing in these, even in the heats. And of course, the main events, they're much longer, and you know, there's a lot more to fight for towards the end. But even in the heats, we've seen a lot of really good racing. So I hate to see that for those guys that came out and just lap 1. Could we maybe go 1 to green here?
Is anyone in the pits trying to get damage fixed? No. Yes.
Malik Ray, Adam Martin. Let's see. Well, Malik's a lap down, and Adam Martin's a lap down.
Malik is definitely done.
I mean, Malik's motor's in smoke, so he's done.
Marasco is the only one that's trying to get work done here and get back rolling. So, but he's running out of time because pace car's in the middle of 3 and 4 right now.
All right, so Malik Ray will not be in the Yankee 600. You'd imagine Ty Marasco, he's actually going to make his way out on the track, but I mean, that car is severely mangled.
Anything's possible.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've seen a lot of crazy things, and you get another caution or two. And plus, these 87 cars, once you fix them, I mean, they're as fast as they were originally. So if he can fix that, it's going to take a long time, but he'd be up to speed, or at least close to it. Somebody can speak. Jeez.
I'm trying to see. For some reason, I can't hear any of the drivers, which is weird. Well, thankfully, I'm not racing. I think if you're Holzer, you're okay with this. You only got to defend now 16 laps instead of 20, and
you got less cars to race with there.
Yeah, and I'm not discrediting everyone behind him, but I do think, with who is left, he is the best driver in this field. After his performance in his heat, he was up there battling for the lead, battle for second. So I think as long as he runs a clean race, he'll be okay. After that, it could be anybody.
All right, pace car going to pull off, and this time James Holzer going to give it a little bit of a gap. To try to give him a little more of a restart zone, so to speak. They're not held to the Geico restart zone that's painted on the track. This is 87, so leader kind of has control on the front stretch, and there you see James Holzer down and away. I say down and away. He didn't just take a pit stop. Green flag in the air.
Good job, Blake.
Holzer and Stroll, your top 2.
As you mentioned, this field is a lot more spread out with that single file restart. Toloan looking to get underneath Bowen down the backstretch. Thinks differently. He's actually going to push him to get closer to Peleg. Peleg pretty much finished dead last in his heat. Came in, had to take the wave around. His tires were absolutely shot after that, and he just could not recover from that. So he had to come and run this LCQ after falling out. He's in third. He's also someone that could be a threat to Holzer. Still single file.
About Bowen.
The plan now, I think, for these guys just has to be, let's ride around, maybe try a couple of things out, but we can't get too aggressive. Let's just tick down the laps, get as many of us as close together as we can, so we can just roll up our sleeves here and duke it out for the final 5 laps over these last 2 spots. That's I think, got to be the best way to tackle this.
Well, and again, this is a situation where, I mean, if first and second, the result's the same here, so it's not necessarily about being the first one to the line. But you have to imagine you at least want to be somewhere close. I don't see a scenario, especially in 20 laps, where the leader is going to win by a lot. The draft is just too much to overcome.
Oh, Toloan about to get turned. He does. He's going to save it. Potentially, he does not.
Single car spin off the racing line. We're going to stay green.
That is a shame. Bowen just closed in on him out of turn 2, just did not lift. And that's unfortunate for Owen. He's going to have another wreck to get him back in this, but I do not know why Bowen just did not slow down. We'll get a quick replay. They're single file, and he just gets ran over.
Yeah.
Doesn't even try to lift.
And obviously, Owen not very happy over the radio with him. And Bowen's really loose off the corner. You can see the smoke still from Owen's spin. He tried to loop it back around. He was off the racing surface, so he stayed green. And unfortunately for Owen, he needs something to happen up here, but we're just so spread out right now, it'll be hard for that to happen. You can see some drivers kind of falling off the pack a little bit. Bowen and Reimer trying to form up to catch your top 3.
Once they start battling up here, 4th and 5th may be out of luck.
Well, I was going to mention it earlier. If you're Art Reimer, you have to work with Bowen here, because if you guys get side by side, as they both get tied out of turn 2, Reimer into the fence just a little bit there. But if they get into battling and they start getting side by side, they could lose this draft, and they're almost already going to do that. Being single file, you got to be really careful to have that short-term thought. You lose all that time, you're not even gonna have a chance, even if you're trying to battle for someone for position behind the transfer spot. But right now, that top 3 is set sail, gonna have a 3-car race here for 2 spots.
Well, and I wonder, so these conditions are entirely different than anything we've had. All the practices we've thrown up have been 1, 2 o'clock. You can see a lot of cloud cover. It's later in the day. Track is way cooler. I wonder if these drivers, they're kind of feeling like the car's driving a lot different because it's so much cooler than we've had. A lot of guys who have made 50, 60, 70 laps per practice session that we've thrown up the last couple weeks. But it hasn't been in these conditions where the track's a little bit quicker than it has been.
Well, and I'd imagine, too, Blake, that, as we go on through the race tomorrow, eventually we're going to hit this point in the daytime. So these guys are going to be racing in very similar conditions to this right now, where the track's going to start losing temperature, and it's not going to drive the same that it did in the first 100 miles of the race compared to the last 100 miles of the race. So these guys may have just a hair of an advantage knowing that the track is going to change, and they will know for sure how much it's going to change roughly from the beginning to the end.
Well, I think we heard earlier, it's really loose out front. I don't think it's going to be quite as loose out front towards the end of the race. And again, the actual start time for the race tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern. And in sim, I think it's a 1 o'clock start. Can't exactly remember off the top of my head, but we have a battle for the transfer spot right now. Side by side, Michael Stroll, Sean Pellig going after it. Pellig looking for the spot. He's going to have it into turn number 2.
This would be a fantastic rally for Pellig if he can manage to get in through this LCQ. As we mentioned earlier, fell out of the server during the grid for his respective heat and ended up having to basically be last that entire race. Had to go through this LCQ here. And now Stroll trying to fight back in the inside. Maybe a little bit of contact, a little bit of door rub. Holzer loving that, but Peleg doing everything he can to hold on. A little bit of side draft from both those guys. Stroll to the left quarter of Peleg to drag him back, and they're still dead even into one.
And now Holzer gets to kind of play, okay, which one has the run? Let me give the draft to the other guy. And Stroll is leaning on Sean Peleg off the corner. They touch again. And Peleg still holding up top. Holzer going to give the draft to Peleg. That's going to help him down the back straightaway. You can see the side draft working, though, back from Michael Stroll into turn 3.
Pretty much no progress from Stroll, and Holzer are going to run that high line again, give Peleg a little bit of a draft. But Stroll, there is a little bit of side draft in this car, and it's definitely paying off for Stroll. He gets dead even once again into one, almost a replay of the last lap. Stroll gets a little bit into Peleg, and he's got it for now, but here comes Peleg back on the top.
Oh, and Peleg's going to have the run unless Stroll... Oh, man, that is close stuff right there. And meanwhile, Bowen and Carmichael, they're not necessarily running these guys down. They're slowing each other up, battling side by side, pulling each other back with side draft. That's not necessarily helping Bowen and Carmichael right now to try to catch these top 3.
Now they got it sorted out, coming to 6 to go. Peleg taking that second spot, whether Stroll want to do or not.
Now, if you're Peleg, do you hold here and maybe work with Holzer, or do you try to pass him, give yourself a little bit of a gap from Stroll? Because Stroll has shown so far he has been able to hang on. Although that last corner, he lost a little bit of time there, about 3 car lengths back now to Peleg.
You don't really have any choice if you're Sean Peleg. You got to try and take the lead here. You really, on the last lap, you can't. It's tough because you can't really give up the bottom. Because if you got someone on the bottom, if you're coming off a turn 4 here, they can just side draft you all the way to the line and then break off and get the spot. So if I'm him, I'm trying my best to get around James Holzer and give myself at least that cushion.
Well, do you try to get around Holzer, or do you think the best option is to push him here and try to help them kind of break away from Stroll?
I don't know. I just think the draft is too powerful. You're not really going to get away from Stroll if he's there. Stroll might have heated the right front up a lot more than he wanted to, because they're starting to pull away. And there you see it, Blake. He's starting to push James a little bit. So probably thinking the same thing you are, with trying to at least try to push himself away, while Stroll's kind of dealing with the lack of grip he has.
Oh, Bowen and Carmichael are going at it for 4th. As they had a little bit of contact getting into 3. Carmichael trying to make the pass on Bowen. Again, this is a little bit too far behind this front group for the draft. But, I mean, we could see a caution if those two were to get together.
We've seen stranger things before.
Last time by, despite Peleg pushing Holzer, they were slower by about 300ths, but that time by again, just a little bit too tight out of turn 2. Loses another 10th or so. But he can close back up. It's just a matter of how much he can close back up. Peleg runs the second lane a little bit higher than Holzer that time, just try to get a little bit of clean air to that Thunderbird. Coming to 3 to go.
Seems like Stroll's kind of had a gap of about 2 to 3 car lengths and hasn't really been able to make it up these last couple of laps. See if he can. 3 laps to go. He's going to have to make something happen.
He really just has to be a little bit more patient with the throttle there. Might be picking it up too much and just pushing the front end. But now we see Holzer maybe got a little tight there off the corner. Maybe Peleg will try to make a move, or he's going to stay behind him. And I think Sean is committed to just staying right on the rear bumper of that 31 to try to get themselves out further. So it's going to take a caution, I think, for Michael Stroll to have a chance in this thing.
I think that's a smart move by Peleg right there to just stay committed right there. Holzer definitely getting really tight off the corner, but Peleg kind of pushing him down the straightaway.
Balfans is around, turn 4, single car. Now, it was started by multiple. He got run over by Charles Kramer, and they both slid, but Belfans was the only one that went around.
Oh, Holzer a little bit tight again off of 2. Peleg has another run, but I think he's just going to stay in line. Lap and a half to go. About a half-second gap between Peleg and Stroll. If these guys can stay single file, as long as Holzer doesn't get too tight out in the lead or doesn't get too loose out in front, these guys should have it.
See the white flag this time. The first Pit Pass Network last chance qualifier right here, and Holzer blinked out. Is Holzer's internet going to make it to the end?
So far, so good. I mean, his ping, his quality's all good.
All right, well, just a momentary lapse right there. What that had been. We'll see if Peleg here, he has a run down the back straightaway, and he's not even going to think about it. He's thinking, this is our race that we're going to move forward to.
What a comeback for Peleg, man.
What a comeback for Holzer.
Yeah.
Dug a hole for himself after wrecking under caution. Unbelievable.
And they're talking to each other. James says thanks, and Sean says a bigger thanks to you, my man, as James Holzer and Sean Peleg will be the two drivers that advance from our first LCQ. And unfortunately for the likes of Michael Stroll, Noah Carmichael, Steve Bowen, Art Reimer, and the like, their journey to try to make the Yankee 600 has come to an end.
Now we got to do it one more time. Set the last two spots. And Tolan's still mad.
Oh,
beef!
I'm going to need
Oh, my goodness. Sean Peleg is flipping 20 times.
I'm going to need a detailed transcript because I cannot hear.
Words that we cannot repeat for air. How about that?
So I said transcript.
Well,
Hey, man, you stink.
Oh, wow.
Not quite.
That really hits right where it hurts, man.
Thank you, Zach.
Zach Johnson has uttered words that no one else can hear. That we also can't.
I finished last. Well,
repeat.
Second to last.
You beat somebody?
There you go. Top 10.
Top 10, but top 2.
That's all that matters.
What matters there. James Holzer and Sean Peleg moving on. The rest of the names on your screen. We'll have to try it for the all-in 650. Have to wait a couple months for that one. Again, December, January is probably when we'll be running that. Who knows? I don't. I'm trying to find that out.
Yeah, I finished last.
What would you like a replay of, Nate?
I was about to say that was pretty straightforward. By the way,
I think they want a replay of what happened with
Sean on the cooldown lap.
No, with
Sean flipping.
Toll. But oh no, he does want Sean flipping. Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Well, it was after the race. It was after the race.
It was after the race. But yeah, we already showed that.
Yeah, this is what happened to Toll.
Oh, he almost saved it. That's
yeah, that's the beef. Now he blamed the 8, and it wasn't the 8 that got into him. It was the 21, I thought.
This is Sean.
Oh my goodness!
That's after the flag.
Why did it launch him?
I don't know.
iRacing physics be like.
Can we get it on board, Zach? If that's not too much trouble.
The wall is what launched him.
He got.
Yeah, like
he got some amplitude there.
He hit it. He didn't really hit it that hard. Then the wall just launched him forward.
Oh, he hit the what are those things?
He hit the jersey
barriers. Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't safer barrier. That was just the stuff they put on the highways.
How unsafe.
Here we go. Watch the speed change.
Amplitude is an X Games reference, Jake. They used to call it that when they would get up in like 20 feet or whatever for like snowboarding and whatever.
Goodness.
Got our camera even cutting out.
A new feature to iRacing now. Doesn't clip through the racetrack.
Seems like a game prior to that had that happen.
Yeah, except it got staticky.
Yeah.
And by the way, just checking, James and Sean were in the correct LCQ, so no issues there.
They have passed post-race inspection.
Yeah, that's all we have for post-race inspection here in the Yankee 600.
I was gonna say there's not much of a car to inspect anymore.
Yeah.
The coverage will resume shortly. Is yelling at us.
Yeah. It's all caps.
No cap.
It's for the hard of hearing, you know.
Or in my case, the hard of sight.
Sure, roof leaking.
In Cattell's neck of the woods, yes.
Wow.
A lot of roofs are leaking.
All right, well, we have one more to go.
Coverage. Shortly.
Yeah. I don't know. I've had a good time tonight.
Yeah.
Brian Hicks has not had a good time tonight. He is just cussing up a storm in the chat.
He's racking up more.
Weird because his team won.
Let's say he's racking up more L's than NASCAR tonight with all these spot jobs.
Oh, geez. So we actually did. We got a response from Seth Eggert on Twitter. He says, at Mr. F4 Speed, I haven't been tweeting a lot tonight. We'll be doing more tomorrow. Been following along on the stream tonight. We'll be in the server tomorrow.
There you have it.
Big Seth Eggert fan.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, you know.
All right, let me not join as a driver this time.
Yeah, that'd be preferred.
I might have accidentally done that.
Excellent.
I might have committed it. We'll find
Art
out.
Reimer on Twitter says, there was an attempt to make the Yankee 600 and his car is sitting in a mangled heap of smoke. Felt good with my car after taking 2 tires in the heat until a certain Moon Car Live driver did his usual.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Trouble.
Well, all right. We will be right back for LCQ number 2. Again, if you're driving in the second LCQ, we're going to get things going. We're going to try to get things started here around 10:40. We're not going to wait all the way till 11 because, time. So we'll get going here shortly, and we'll be back right after this. You're watching coverage of the Yankee 600 on FTFGG.
Commercials.
iRacing is a sim racing game that combines a true-to-life racing experience with an online community of virtual racers from all around the globe. iRacing offers a multitude of officially licensed cars and tracks, laser scanned with millimeter accuracy. Their car models and mechanical systems are based on real-world physics and engineered in cooperation with manufacturers and race teams. Their skill license system ranges from rookie to pro, ensuring members are always pitted against those with similar skill sets. Members are able to sign up for a weekly race series, compete in time trials, host a private race with friends, and participate in racing leagues created and run by the community. With over 170,000 members, iRacing works in partnership with renowned motorsports organizations like NASCAR to deliver virtual races based on the real-life NASCAR Cup Series, as well as many other series on the NASCAR ladder. iRacing also features team racing, providing a variety of options for members to create and manage their own teams. Race with friends or real-world teammates in full-length endurance events like the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, or the Bathurst 12 Hour. Additional partners include IMSA, World of Outlaws, Supercars, and IndyCar, allowing members to race in their very own Indianapolis 500, Bathurst 1000, Chili Bowl, and many more iconic events. This is iRacing, delivering the most authentic racing experience short of getting into a real race car. Sign up today at iRacing.com.
We're back here on FTF.GG for the Pit Pass Network Last Chance Qualifiers here from Michigan as we set the final 2 seats at the table for the Yankee 600, not 400, Yankee 600 tomorrow. And looks like we're going to have roughly maybe half a dozen drivers, maybe more than that, fighting for these last 2 spots for 20 laps.
Let's look at the roster here. Jill Chatelaine, who I would say has had the worst luck of the night by a mile. Has done nothing wrong, but he's also been in about 4 incidents. Steve Olaf, who was wrecked on a restart, retired early. Chandler Parsons, who has flipped and has the misfortune of having Brian Hicks as a spotter, who is currently 1 for 4 tonight, including 0 for 1 with Chandler. Davis Warren, who caused a wreck, I believe, or self-spun in his heat. Nick Dwornik, Jeff Shell, who took 2 and was also in multiple accidents during his heat. James Wagner in the filter time machine. Henry Kelleher, well, I don't even think, did he even race his race? I don't remember him showing up. I could be wrong.
No, I think he did.
Christopher Paff, who almost ARCA braked into that one wreck, self-spun multiple times. Cole Freilich, who was, I think, the cause of his wreck in my heat. Jaden Carter, who barely missed it on the last lap. Brandon Sloth. I don't have a backstory for him. By the way, shout out to SimCar. Blake Reynolds sponsored a handful of drivers tonight. SimCar is a league that FTF.GG broadcasts on Thursday nights. It's a GT3/LMP2 league. A lot of fun. Sean does that more than anybody in here. So
I commentate it.
Yeah, you can listen to Sean.
And Zach produces it.
Yes.
Sometimes.
Now, isn't that supposed to be tomorrow at the same time as us?
Nope.
I think they're
No,
off.
that's okay.
They raced last
now
week.
that
They race every other week, I believe.
Now that the eNASCAR qualifying iRacing series is done, I don't know what week it is anymore. So
it's okay, Jacob.
And then Cody Webster, who is in a full-fledged beef Buick. Not to be confused with beef Mooncar Edition.
Sorry, but say not to be confused with beef. And I'm like, who confuses beef?
Beef, it's what's for dinner. 300. At Daytona International Speedway. Brian Hicks is connected.
Brian Hicks is mad at you, Kevin. He says, I got Zwack in asshole.
That's 1.
And he says he's 2 for 4. He has gotten 2 of his drivers in the show, including Chandler Parsons' multiple concussions.
Right, which one's more substantially worse?
I don't know.
Like, which one is better? Like, yeah, some positives, but career-ending injuries. And then on top of that, you approve him being sent out here? Didn't you learn anything from what the Miami Dolphins did last week?
Oh, here we go.
well, yeah, they lost to the Jets. What else do you need?
They lost to the Jets because a spotter said that Teddy stumbled. And if you look at the replay, there is no evidence of that. They were down 2 going into the 4th quarter, and they absolutely collapsed thanks to a third-string quarterback being on the field with no preparation.
Oh, don't worry. You'll have preparation, and it'll still be that bad this week.
Yeah, because he's a third-string quarterback. We're playing the Vikings, so we'll see.
It's not a primetime game, so Kirk Cousins will win.
Going to use all that Coles cash against us.
Can't wait till Kevin says we did it after the Dolphins win.
Had faith in them all the way.
I'll say it for you.
We did it.
All right, qualifying 13 drivers. 13 drivers to complete this field. How much was the last one? 14? So slightly smaller.
It was
14, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think we have enough, most drivers are eligible and they want to be a part of it, but also I think some are just deterred away because it's like, well, there's, probably 15 guys in here or 20 and it's top 2. And I think some people just don't show up because of that.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's part of what makes it, that's what makes these events tough is you have to be really good to handle these cars. They take a lot out of you.
Watching Henry Kelleher take his lap. Looks like a throwback to the Copenhagen car, the old Oldsmobile from back in the day. He is all over the joint. He was on the bottom in 1. Now he's on the top in 3.
Sorry, I promise I'll be back in like. I'm just about done typing this thing up. I want to have a graphic made with all the drivers on it as soon as we're done.
First lap's coming in. Nick Dwarnick right now, your provisional pole sitter at the moment. 41.497 gets kicked off by Steve Olaf. 41.466. A little bit cooler conditions.
Now, if you remember, Steve was the one that had his clutch malfunction in his heat race.
Yes.
So he's looking to bounce back in this one as well. We saw a couple bounce back stories in the last LCQ. Could we see another one with Steve?
Jane Carter takes over the top spot now, puts Olaf in second. 4.32, 41.432 for Carter. Davis Warren knocks off Carter. 4.20 for the 70.
Let's watch Chandler Parsons. I think he's gonna be the guy to watch in this lap.
Cole Freilich starting his lap as well.
Josh,
a little bit high in 3.
Josh Mendoza's in the chat. He's currently on a plane right now.
Man, technology is amazing.
Watching from 32,000 feet.
And it's
Comes Chandler to finish his lap. Not going to be enough to get on the pole, but will start 4th. So he'll be in the hunt for the top 2.
See what
from
Cole
the jump.
does.
Cole was pretty quick in the last race. Just got to put a whole race together, I think, and he'll be all right. 4.96, just behind Chandler. He'll start 5th. Last driver to complete a lap is Cody Webster.
Beef machine.
Coming to the line. And a 41.573, so that'll put him in 7th?
7th.
And everyone pretty much does one lap, knowing that that's second lap definitely is not the way to go.
Definitely isn't. Lose a couple tenths on the second lap, as a matter of fact.
James Holzer in the chat with a little bit of track notes from the conditions in LCQ1. Track was really tight. So a little bit, I'll take that into consideration tomorrow, not to wear out the right front later in the race if it starts a little bit later.
All right, so can Brian Hicks proclaim, or I guess I'm not really proclaim, can he get 3 drivers into the race?
See?
And establish himself as the dominant spotter in iRacing?
Now, I have a question, Sean, because you don't like the we. If you say, like, last year you were Kyle Larson's spotter, did you win the championship or did Larson win the championship?
The team won the championship.
Okay. Do you consider the spotter all a part of that? And you say, we won?
He's on the team.
Okay.
You know, one thing with spotters, though,
to the championship,
don't they say things like I wrecked?
Yeah, like if you said we wrecked, that's fine. But when they say like, oh, I was running, I was really tight, or I got run into the wall by this guy, like, no, it wasn't you. You're not driving the car.
That's accurate as well.
They do that on DBC all the time, and it irks me. It's like, no, you did not drive the car.
Blake is aggravated.
Cody Webster proving that we don't need any warm-up.
But I think we in that case is fine.
Yes, I'm just want clarification with that.
Yeah, if you're on the team and you're actively contributing to the contest for your team, yeah, you could say we. If you're someone sitting on your couch watching the race and we did it, no.
You're not going to believe the luck that Gilles Chatelain is having right now. He is falling from the server as we speak.
You've got to be fucking kidding me.
His quality's at 27 and he's gone. Sean, you can't say that word on television.
What did I say?
I heard an F-bomb in there.
That's okay. We get one.
All right, he's got 2 minutes. We'll try to hold the grid for him.
I don't know
if we can.
I deem our streams PG-13.
I think you should do your best to hold the grid.
We can do that. So, Ben, if you can hear me.
Oh, they're rolling already.
Oh, no, they're rolling already. Dang it. Ah, yeah, because his car would have been loaded, so it had him as loaded in. Ah. Man, I'm so happy that Ben is doing the thing for us. Hello and welcome.
I keep expecting to hear Moon Car after that.
How about Davis Warren on pole for this LCQ? Jaden Carter to his outside. Second, Steve. Is it Olif or Olive? I think it's Olif.
We'll say Olif.
Yeah, Olif in third. Chandler Parsons fourth. Cole Freilich fifth. Sixth is Nick Dwornik. Seventh, Cody Webster. Eighth, Jeff Shell. Ninth, James Wagner Jr. 10th. If he can get back in here, Chatelaine, we hope that he can. That's just so unfortunate.
Now,
Brandon Slav, Christopher Praff, and Henry Keller. Last 3 cars in.
There's a caution. Are we going to let him get his laps back, Moon Car style?
Let Peleg.
He's got to get back into the session first, though. That's the key.
Yeah, 100%. I've always in internet racing, if you fall out and a caution comes out, you're allowed to get all, but you're allowed to get back on the lead lap essentially, or maybe one down. I think that's what FTF used to do in the NR.
Yeah,
days.
the way it was like if you fell under caution, you get back on the lead lap. If you fall under green, it's 1. So in this case, let him back in.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Still got to get back into the session though, and he's running out of time.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to make it.
We'll see what Davis Warren can do. NASCAR employee leading them to green. Don't start throwing tomatoes at him.
Hey, let's see if they make it past turn 1 this time.
Cole Freilich already showing the aggression. He's on that bottom lane underneath Olif. Olif backs out. Cole loses all his momentum.
Parsons with a huge crossover. Here comes Chandler Parsons to the bottom 3 wide. Chandler ain't wasting no time.
Oh, and he backed out of it. Come on,
Yeah, he backed out. Which is weird, too, because it's only the top 2. He's sitting in 3rd right now. He's got to go.
Cody Webster up to 4th from 7th on that shaky start. Still side by side for the lead. Warren on the bottom. Carter still holding strong on that top, effectively by himself. Here comes the beef machine in Webster. Looking high on Parsons in that 72, still side by side. Olaf sideways behind them. He saves it.
Good shot from Cole Freilich here, looking right up ahead to the front 4.
Jeff Shell did not want to be 3 wide. He fell like a rock there, backing out, way back in the pack. Freilich's really backing up his corner.
It definitely helps.
It doesn't help, though, if you get back in the throttle too early as you just push up all the way off the corner.
Man, Jaden Carter doing a hell of a job on this second lane. And Parsons is going to reward him for it, pushing him down the front stretch. Pulls Carter ahead by about half a car length over Warren. Carter's going to be able to clear him. Oh, he gets a little bit tight.
Get tight.
Oh! Olaf in the wall.
Yeah, he got some help. He got contact coming off the corner, slid up in front of Dwornik, and Dwornik
they're 4 wide back here. Henry Keller sending it in. It's not going to stick on the bottom. The rest of the field reacts to him, though. Golly, was that a send?
And they're now losing time.
Oh, no, he spurned
down. Nate Stewart. No, that's Brandon Stowe. Wrong 4 car.
Caution
I just don't think he knew he was there. He said he was sorry as soon as it happened. I just don't think he knew that the 4 had that run, and he just cut down and just hit him in the right rear.
Where is he going? I'm going to get a replay. He just, I don't know.
No, he gets a heck of a send into turn 4 here. And you're going to see it right there. I think he just cuts down to try and get the draft off the 55, and he just doesn't know that the 4 is there.
Zach, can you go back to turn 3 and focus on Keller? There we go.
All right, so you can see he's going to get a pretty big run down the back stretch. They kind of stack up in front of him.
Yeah, this is a reaction to Olaf, who gets hit in the wall. And Keller just takes every bit of a run he has. Gets loose right in front of Shell. Shell does a fantastic job of avoiding him.
Yeah, and I think he went down to get the draft from Shell and just didn't see a 4 car there. All things considered, I mean, the Ford spun out. I think Keller caught the fence, but I don't think anyone's too worse for the wear, really.
Brandon is very fortunate because, I mean, we've all
It stops.
hit the grass.
The beef car.
He's very fortunate not to flip.
That
Only one coming to pit road.
I like that call.
And you only get one set of tires here.
Yeah.
If they go green the rest of the way, which is a big if. Huge if.
Did you set tire limits?
Yep. For this race, there is one set of tires on pit road.
Yep.
Yeah, I kind of like that. Separate yourself, because that top 5 was pulling away pretty easily. And I think Webster, I think he has enough confidence in himself, I guess, to get back through this pack. Dwornik was also pretty quick, so he might be in the mix as well. But that will separate yourself. And me and Sean, and obviously you, Blake, we saw with the 87s at Daytona, the first 3 laps are very different on newer tires.
I was about to point that out, Kevin, that the beginning of the run is where you know, lap 20 to lap 30, you're probably running about the same lap times, but lap 1 to lap 5, there is a significant amount of fall off each lap. So, yeah, if we go green to the end, they're definitely the faster car right now. Now, whether they can race their way up and hold on and, you know, have enough tire at the end, that's yet to be seen. But I like this call because, again, you have to finish second or better. Third's not good enough. So you have to kind of think outside the box here if you don't think that you have the pace to go up there and win just straight up. So, yeah, why not try a little bit of strategy? And, again, we only have 12 cars in here. So even if you lose all your track position, you're still within reach.
All right, so they'll get lined up, and we'll try this again.
I think Ben fixed it.
Yeah,
but I think the session was set for double file for about 3 seconds, and it freaked out the field.
I tell you what, man, I like
the last race was like that.
It is okay. So obviously we have Jake do ours. It is very difficult to comb over a session and make sure everything is correct. There is so much that could go wrong that I commend anyone that does it correctly every time.
Oh, golly, it's so hard. Like, there's 4 different menus to check all these different things, and usually you just, like, once you make the first one, you just kind of repeat it for the second one. And then, like, if you realize you make a mistake, you have to go change each individual one back, and yeah, it's just, it can be a little head-scratching, especially for me, because I don't always set up sessions. You know, I don't run a league or anything like that. So if I made a mistake, my bad. But Ben's on it. That's why we have Ben here. He's making the big bucks.
Gotta learn. This 503 ambient or 503 sim time, ambient track temp, now 98 degrees. So the first time all night below 100.
Again, it is 5:04 local sim time, I guess. Green flag of the air, Jaden Carter, Chandler Parsons right now, your transferees. Davis Warren has fallen back from the pole position. I think all our eyes are going to turn to those 2 drivers on fresh tires, Cody Webster and Henry Keller. Can they do anything to try to run these guys down while they have a little bit more speed on their Goodyear Eagles?
Almost a mirror image of the last heat or the last LCQ. Very spread out. Warren had a horrible restart relative to Parsons. Parson looking low on Carter. He's going to make quick work of Carter, but they are about 4 car lengths ahead. Here comes Freilich at around Warren on the turn 1 restart. Dwornik back in 5th, and I guess we're just going to have to keep an eye on that beef machine and Cody Webster. Does he have enough time and enough tires to make up the difference here?
I think Webster's had enough trouble trying to get clear of Henry Keller back here. I know they're going to make contact down the front straightaway. So, yeah, I don't know if the tires are really going to be a big factor as we're almost 3 wide for the lead. Jaden Carter has made that top side work, and Cole Freilich hasn't taken too long to try to be in this battle. You see Davis Warren right there as well. He started on pole, has fallen back, but he's looking to make his way into the Yankee 600.
Parsons still leading side by side for second. Carter just trying to get every bit of draft as he can. Same thing with Frelick trying to side draft that 7, try to pull him back.
Oh man, they're so close.
And there's almost a little bit of a push-pull effect. Oh my goodness, what a send.
He's lucky that brake bias is 46 because he wouldn't have stopped.
That's going to stick. Leaning on each other.
That is the definition of leaning, but somehow not making contact.
And it's Garrett Smithley leaning.
Oh, and he hits Carter entering the corner.
I was going to mention, there is a little bit of natural side draft in this car, but you still pull forward just a little bit if you're Cole. So it does benefit him to do that. He is still in the wake, 3 wide for second.
3 wide for the transfer.
Parsons using every lane to keep these guys side by side, loving every second of that.
And Dwornik has caught these guys that they've been racing so hard now.
Oh, Warren's on the inside, he's sideways.
No, that ain't gonna work.
Golly, I can't believe.
Oh, they're wrecking behind. Olaf's in the wall. He keeps it straight.
Warren saved it.
Here comes Dwornik from 5th.
He's gonna go from 5th to 2nd in a lap. Maybe.
Warren got loose off the corner. He door slapped Frelick, but he's on the apron and he caught up to this pack, so he's not out of it yet.
Dwornik gets side, right on that left side quarter panel. Parsons pulls low. Frelick looks to block. Carter looks to get back to the tail end. Yeah, only
halfway home.
Halfway.
As far
and
from
Parsons is loving this in his mirror right now because he could just drive away.
Until they wreck.
He's still driving away.
And does Warren go back down to the bottom? Dwornik's going to blow Warren all the way down, and he crashes him.
Still green. Both of them into the inside wall.
We are going to stay green. Dwornik and Warren spinning off the racing surface, and Dwornik threw a block, and Warren wasn't lifting for him.
And then there were 3 again.
I believe Henry Keller's in the wall too, entering 3. He saves it.
Get another look. So this kind of did start on the front stretch, as you saw Cole Frelick in that 15 just running Dwornik down to the bottom, and then Dwornik still kept it. Got a good look on the bottom through 1 and 2. They were nearly touching right there.
I feel like this is just a case of, is it really worth it? Is it really worth it to block there?
And Davis, I don't know, man.
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, Davis, you could push if you're Nick. Yeah, is it really worth blocking right there? Because
he just took both of you out.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Like that is the risk you take.
Had such a run getting up there into that top 3 too. Just threw it all away.
So this presents almost the exact same situation. We have 2 of what I would say are the fastest guys in this race, who probably should be 1st and 2nd, and then a Wrangler car trying to pass them both.
By the way, Cody Webster, we were talking about earlier, he has made his way up to 4th on those fresh tires. Now, the problem for him is he is out of the lead draft, and he's going to essentially drive away from everybody else that would help him draft up to these guys. So it's hard to say. I think he'll be about even on speed, but without the draft, it's gonna hurt him for sure.
He's gonna need to get physical up here for sure.
You say even on speed, Parsons a 783, Webster a 783.
Wow.
Exact same lap times for both of them.
Parsons trying to break the draft.
Carter set the fastest lap that last time by, who's in 3rd there in that 7th.
I tried breaking the draft in the 2nd heat. I didn't really notice it work at all, so I think Chandler just saw that too.
Yeah, I feel like because the 87s are kind of weird because there's some new stuff like in the next gen where like side draft pulls you back, but I feel like it still has that wake that kind of extends out to the side of the car. So as long as you're within a car width of the guy, you're still getting pulled forward. So it really is not worth it unless you're going all the way down. And at that point, you're just making the backstretch longer.
So Webster that time in 8.48, he lost time to the leaders. I think that's where that lack of draft is really hurting him. So he needs something to happen here between Cole Freilich and Jaden Carter. Freilich a little tight off of 2, or off of 4 rather. He keeps it together. 5 laps to go. Man, I wonder what this battle would look like if Davis Warren and Nick Dwornik were still a part of this fight.
They would have wrecked by now if they were still up there.
Probably.
Chandler's starting to drive away now.
Freilich using a little bit of that lower groove. It does help rotate the car, and they said, Holzer said it was a little bit tighter, so maybe running that half lane down, maybe it kind of de-wedges the car a little bit, gets it a little bit tighter or a little bit looser in the exit of the corner. As I say that, Freilich decides to run the 3rd groove. Webster uses a little bit of the bottom.
I noticed that when I ran the high line, it was the right front that melted, not the right rear.
Correct. Yeah.
It's a little opposite. I guess in terms of other iRacing tracks, it's usually the opposite. You wear the right rear if you're going to rip the top.
This battle for second is not over by any stretch. Jaden's doing a good job of hanging in there with Cole.
Webster doing everything he can to just do something different. He just ripped the wall in 1 and 2.
And he's still losing time.
Yep.
And he needs something to happen. Carter trying to find a weakness in Cole Freilich, and now the bad news for Freilich is he's going to lose draft as Parsons continues to pull away and stretch out a lead.
Brian Hicks is talking on all teams. Oh, Chandler Parsons 3 to go.
He said it's the Chandler Parsons show.
Davis Warren is disconnected again. Tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern, we will kick off the green flag right here on FTF GG for the running of the Yankee 600, benefiting Brad Keselowski's Checkered Flag Foundation, who are going to be the 2 drivers that move forward. Parsons looks to be pretty clear, but Freilich and Carter duking it out for the last spot.
It looks like Carter gets through 3 and 4 so much better than Cole does, but Cole gets better through 1 and 2 than Jaden does. And they just kind of even each other out.
Cole runs, and I know it's a little bit more grip up there, but Cole runs a little bit higher in 3. And it kind of, I think
disabled the wrong guy.
I think he's doing it to kind of...
He's shutting Hicks up.
Prevent Carter from getting a draft. Oh, Carter's just, he just had to let out of it.
Oh, man. Yeah, that might be it. I mean, Freilich's going to have to step on it really bad here this last lap.
Nick Dwornik back on track, 7 laps down.
Attaboy, Nick. Finished strong.
He's going to get some TV time here. There he is.
White flag in the air. One more trip around for Chandler Parsons, and it looks like Cole Freilich, as long as he makes no mistakes here, is set to transfer in as well.
I was going to say, I wonder what Brian Hicks is telling Chandler Parsons right now, but we won't find out because he muted Chandler's chat.
He just said something over the mic.
Yeah, he muted Chandler, not Brian.
Chandler Parsons almost a 1-second lead into 3. Brilliant recovery after flipping multiple times due to Brian Hicks being a terrible spotter. Rips the high line in 3. Cole Freilich involved in an incident in Heat 1.
Chandler Parsons, your winner. I can't even say it straight, the call to the line, because Brian Hicks is just eating up over the voice chat. And Cole Freilich will be your second driver to transfer in. Parsons, Cole Freilich, your final 2 drivers out of the Pit Pass Network last chance qualifiers into the Yankee 600 tomorrow night. Jaden Carter, Cody Webster come up a little short.
I wish Zach had his all teams enabled.
I don't.
Oh my goodness.
Callie, I just wonder the finish we were robbed of if Warren and Dwornik hadn't collected each other.
That is a pure case of why fight now when you got to fight in 8 to 10 laps, not even for 3rd or 4th. You got to be in it at the end to win it, or in this case, be 1st or 2nd. And I feel like both those guys are going to regret. I don't think Davis did anything wrong, but I think Nick's going to regret that block. Live and learn.
Is Chandler trying to do like a burnout, or is he just going to sit there? All right, we'll bring it up. Hicks 3 for 5, whatever. Final
3 for 5 and
results.
watching people win races.
Front two are your qualifiers. Everybody else, as we said before, unfortunately got to pack it up and head home.
See Chandler Parsons, Cole Freilich make it in. Carter Webster. Man, I just hate it. Again, we were going to have such a good battle there, but again, that's what I'm looking forward to so much tomorrow is the racing we've seen tonight, especially when we get all these drivers that have been battling up front and kind of been taking it easy because they want to transfer in. Once we get them and throw some money and throw some prestige on the line tomorrow night, I can't wait to see what you guys do tomorrow night. Kevin and Sean included. I mean, you guys are going to drive in it tomorrow. What are you looking forward to the most?
Yep.
Good, wow. Very good analysis. I don't know. After doing the practice, getting the setup dialed in, I think we all knew that this could be a fun combination after racing tonight. That sentiment is still the same, Keep it. I think if we can keep everything clean, we could have 30 guys in the pack, out there able to win it. Yeah, I think that's the nice thing about this car. We saw obviously Malik had his pitfalls being involved in wrecks, but the fact that Coke drivers are getting eliminated for this just shows how competitive this car can be, and I think we'll put on a hell of a show tomorrow.
I mean, Blake was genuinely excited when he put that screenshot up after we did our test session, because if you guys saw that tweet, he was just salivating at getting this race underway, because the racing we were doing in that test session was some of the most fun in this car I've ever been a part of. So definitely going to be a great show tomorrow. You'll see a lot of saving, of course, during the runs, but when it's go time, this is going to produce a heck of a show for sure.
It will indeed. And again, that'll be live here at 8 p.m. Eastern on FTFGG. We will get things set for the green flag. If you did transfer in, we will get your league assignments in here shortly. We'll throw up practice, I would imagine, around 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, 2 hours before we get things started. So make sure to stay tuned for that. We'll probably get that sent out early tomorrow, if not late tonight. Man, I am looking forward to this. I'm glad we had this idea. Again, this car, this track is going to put on a hell of a show. I'm glad that Jacob will be here with me to call it with you guys. And Justin, Kevin, Sean, best of luck tomorrow in the Yankee 600. Again, never have we seen a 600-mile race at Michigan. They couldn't even finish it in real life, but we will fill it out. So we have decided our 40 drivers. We have one provisional that is confirmed right now. That is Jerry Nadeau. So we will work on the other two here over the next little while to make sure everything's all good. But we will be set to go when we take the green flag tomorrow. So thank you, everybody in the booth. Jacob, Justin, Kevin, Sean for being here. Thank you, Zach, for doing all your work down in the trailer. Thanks to all you drivers and all you fans out there watching that have made this possible. Everyone participating, I really appreciate it. Go ahead, Sean.
Donate. We'll
yes.
Get the link in there one more time.
We will get the link in there. Let me copy and paste it real quick. And boom, there it is. All right. We have raised, I believe, over 600, at least through entry fees alone for this event. And I believe we've gotten even more tonight. I'll check up on that a little bit later to see how many donations have been made. Again, thank you all, because each time we come out and do these events, we're able to raise a lot of money for a good cause. And, of course, the Checkered Flag Foundation is no exception to that. They do a lot of great work for veterans, active military, first responders. So please donate to that if you feel so inclined. But on behalf of everybody here at FTFGG, thank you so much for watching. And we will see you back here 8 p.m. tomorrow night for the running of the Yankee 600, benefiting Brad Keselowski's Checkered Flag Foundation. It is sure to be a great night, and we will see